Imagine, for a moment, a night unlike any you have ever known. There are no city lights, no roads stretching toward the horizon, no satellites quietly gliding overhead, no distant hum of machines, only the gentle whisper of the wind as it moves through ancient forests, the rhythmic chorus of unseen insects, and above you, a sky overflowing with stars. Each point of light appears impossibly distant, yet together they form a silent ocean stretching beyond every direction the eye can follow. Thousands of years ago, people stood beneath this very sky. They looked upward with the same sense of wonder that fills us today. But among them were a few remarkable seekers, the rishis of ancient India. They did not simply ask how the stars moved across the heavens. They asked questions that reached far beyond the visible universe. What is reality itself? Does existence end where human sight ends? Is this vast universe the whole of creation, or merely one small chapter in a story too immense for ordinary perception? Tonight, we begin a gentle journey through one of the most fascinating visions ever preserved in human history. A vision recorded in the Vedas, expanded in the Upanishads, and richly described in the Puranas. It is a vision of countless worlds, of immense cycles of creation and dissolution, of realities layered beyond one another, like reflections upon an endless ocean. And although modern science approaches these mysteries through mathematics and observation rather than sacred revelation, it has begun asking questions that, in some ways, echo the same profound curiosity. Could our universe be only one among many? Could reality possess dimensions hidden from ordinary experience? Might time itself flow differently in different regions of existence? These are not questions with simple answers. Some remain philosophical. Others belong to the frontiers of theoretical physics. Still others have inspired spiritual traditions for thousands of years. Our purpose tonight is not to declare that one proves the other. Instead, we will quietly explore how two very different paths, ancient contemplation and modern scientific inquiry, sometimes arrive at surprisingly similar questions. One begins in meditation. The other begins with telescopes and equations. Yet both gaze toward the same infinite mystery. Long before observatories crowned mountaintops, long before radio telescopes listened to whispers from distant galaxies, long before humanity could calculate the age of stars, the sages of India spoke of existence as something astonishingly vast. One verse from the Rig Veda hints at a universe whose origin lies beyond ordinary certainty. Who truly knows? Who can here declare it? Whence was it born? Whence came this creation? Even the hymn concludes with humility, suggesting that perhaps only the Supreme truly knows the beginning, or perhaps even that mystery transcends every explanation. Rather than offering rigid certainty, the earliest Vedic thinkers often embraced wonder itself. Their writings invite contemplation instead of demanding unquestioning belief. As centuries passed, this vision grew even grander. The Puranas described cosmic cycles lasting billions of years. Entire universes emerged, flourished, dissolved, and emerged again. Creation was not imagined as a single event. It was a rhythm, like breathing, expansion, rest, renewal, again and again without beginning or end. Within these traditions appears the majestic figure of Brahma, not as the ultimate divine, but as the cosmic creator responsible for one universe during one vast cycle of time. According to the Puranic imagination, Brahma's lifetime spans numbers so enormous that they challenge ordinary comprehension. billions of human years pass like moments within this cosmic perspective. Whether interpreted literally, symbolically, or philosophically, the message is unmistakable. Reality is immeasurably larger than everyday human experience. The universe is not small. Time is not short. Existence is not simple. Perhaps most astonishing of all is a recurring idea found throughout several Puranic passages, that innumerable universes exist simultaneously. Not merely many stars, not merely many planets, but many cosmic realms, each complete within itself, each unfolding according to divine order, each emerging and dissolving within an even greater reality. Ancient commentators often illustrated this with beautiful imagery. Just as countless bubbles arise upon the surface of an endless sea, universes appear within the infinite consciousness of the divine. Some expand, some fade, others are born. The ocean remains. Today, cosmologists ask different questions using different methods. Certain speculative models in modern physics, such as some versions of cosmic inflation and other multiverse hypotheses, suggest that our observable universe might not encompass everything that exists. These ideas remain unconfirmed and are active areas of research rather than established fact. Yet they reveal something deeply human. Across cultures and across millennia, people continue to ask whether reality extends beyond the horizon of what we can presently observe. The language has changed. The methods have changed. But the curiosity endures. Perhaps that enduring curiosity is itself one of humanity's greatest treasures. As we continue our journey tonight, we will slowly travel through one of the most extraordinary maps of existence ever imagined, the 14 Lokas. These are often described as 14 realms or planes of being, arranged from subtle celestial domains to earthly life and deeper regions below. To some they are literal worlds, to others symbolic states of consciousness, to still others profound metaphors for the layered nature of reality. Whatever interpretation one prefers, they invite us to think beyond ordinary experience, not merely upward into the stars, but inward toward the mysterious depths of awareness itself. So settle comfortably beneath this timeless sky. Let the stars become distant companions. Allow the noise of the day to soften into silence. And together, we will begin climbing an ancient ladder of worlds, one gentle step at a time. Our next destination is the remarkable civilization that first preserved these visions, where seekers spent lifetimes exploring not only the universe above them, but the universe within. That is where our story continues. Chapter 2. The Rishis Who Looked Beyond the Stars. As the quiet night settles more deeply around us, let us journey back, not by hundreds of years, but by thousands. The forests of ancient India were unlike the bustling cities that would one day rise across the world. Towering sal and banyan trees stretched toward the heavens, while rivers flowed with an unhurried grace, reflecting the moon as though time itself had slowed to watch. It was here, far from kingdoms and marketplaces, that many of the great rishis chose to live. The Sanskrit word rishi is often translated simply as sage. Yet the meaning is richer than that. A rishi was not merely a philosopher or a priest. The ancient tradition regarded these remarkable individuals as seers, those who perceived truths that ordinary perception could not easily grasp. Unlike modern scientists, they carried no telescopes. They built no particle accelerators. They measured no wavelengths of distant galaxies. Instead, they turned their attention toward something equally mysterious, the landscape of consciousness itself. To them, the human mind was not merely a tool for thought. It was an instrument capable of extraordinary refinement, capable of becoming so calm and so clear that it could reflect reality without distortion, much as a still lake perfectly mirrors the moon above it. This inward journey became the foundation of India's oldest spiritual traditions. The Vedas were not described as inventions of human imagination. They were regarded as Shruti, that which was heard. The sages believed that eternal truths already existed, waiting patiently to be perceived by a mind quiet enough to receive them. Whether one accepts this understanding literally or views it as a poetic description of profound insight, it reveals something remarkable about the ancient worldview. Knowledge, in this tradition, was not something created. It was something discovered. Imagine sitting beside a gentle river as dawn slowly paints the eastern sky. There are no distractions, only the rhythmic sound of flowing water, birds greeting the morning, the cool breeze carrying the scent of earth after the night's dew. Day after day, year after year, a life devoted almost entirely to observation. Not only observing nature, but observing every movement of thought itself. How does fear arise? What is memory? Who is the one who watches the mind? What remains when every thought becomes silent? These questions guided countless generations of seekers. In many ways, they were conducting a different kind of exploration. Modern science studies the external universe. The rishis explored the internal universe. Both journeys require patience. Both demand discipline. And both begin with the same simple admission: there is still much we do not understand. As centuries passed, these contemplations gave rise to an astonishingly detailed vision of reality. The visible world, according to many later Hindu traditions, was only one layer of existence. Beyond it stretched realms inhabited by celestial beings, enlightened sages, ancestral spirits, and subtle forms of life beyond ordinary human perception. These realms were not necessarily imagined as places one could reach by walking farther or sailing across an ocean. They belonged to different planes of existence, realms distinguished not merely by distance, but by their nature. Ancient Sanskrit uses the word loka. The word is often translated as world, yet its meaning is broader than the English word suggests. A loka can signify a realm, a plane of experience, a domain of existence, or even a mode of consciousness. This subtle richness has fascinated scholars for generations. When modern readers encounter descriptions of the 14 Lokas, it can be tempting to imagine them as 14 planets stacked one above another. But traditional commentators have offered many interpretations. Some understood them as literal cosmic regions. Others viewed them symbolically. Still others saw them as spiritual realities that transcend ordinary physical space altogether. The beauty of these ancient texts lies partly in this openness. Rather than insisting upon a single interpretation, they invite contemplation. It is worth remembering that the people who composed and preserved these traditions lived beneath one of the clearest night skies the world has ever known. Without artificial light, the Milky Way arched overhead with breathtaking brilliance. The planets wandered among the constellations. Comets occasionally appeared without warning. Meteor showers streaked silently across the darkness. Every evening became a reminder of humanity's smallness. Every dawn became a quiet miracle. Perhaps it is no surprise that civilizations across the world developed stories about the heavens. Yet India's cosmological imagination unfolded on a particularly grand scale. The universe was not simply vast. It was alive. Every star, every cycle of time, every breath of creation belonged to a harmonious cosmic order known as RTA, the principle of universal order that sustains existence. Their idea appears repeatedly in the earliest Vedic hymns. The seasons follow it. The rivers obey it. The stars move within it. Human beings flourish when they live in harmony with it. Even the gods themselves participate in this universal order. To the ancient mind, the cosmos was not chaos. It was an intricate symphony. Modern astronomy has revealed a universe whose scale surpasses almost every earlier imagination. Hundreds of billions of stars fill our own galaxy. Hundreds of billions of galaxies populate the observable universe. And beyond the limits of what we can observe lies an unknown expanse that may be even greater. The numbers alone inspire awe. Yet, despite our extraordinary instruments, some of the deepest questions remain unanswered. What existed before the earliest moments of cosmic expansion? Why do the laws of physics possess the values they do? Is our observable universe the entirety of existence, or merely one small region within something unimaginably larger? These questions continue to inspire vigorous scientific investigation. The answers are still unfolding. In this sense, the spirit of inquiry remains alive. The methods differ dramatically from those of the ancient rishis, but the willingness to embrace mystery remains surprisingly familiar. As our journey continues, we will leave the quiet forests for a moment and enter one of the grandest visions ever preserved in sacred literature. There, we encounter an image so vast that it stretches the imagination itself. Countless universes floating like luminous bubbles upon an infinite cosmic ocean, each containing its own stars, its own cycles of time, its own creator, known as Brahma. It is a vision that has inspired philosophers, poets, saints, and seekers for centuries. Whether understood as theology, symbolism, metaphysics, or sacred cosmology, it invites us to imagine reality on a scale almost beyond comprehension. So let the stars remain above you. Let the rhythm of your breathing become slow and effortless, and together we shall gently drift toward that endless cosmic ocean, where the story of innumerable universes quietly begins. Chapter 3. The Ocean of Countless Universes. The stars remain above us, silent, unhurried, unchanged by the countless generations that have lived beneath their gentle light. As you continue to rest, imagine that the sky itself is becoming deeper. Not brighter, not closer, but infinitely deeper, as though every star were only the beginning of another journey rather than its destination. For thousands of years, humanity believed that the heavens ended where the eye could no longer see. Beyond the familiar stars lay only mystery, a darkness that no traveler could cross. Yet within the sacred literature of India, the imagination wandered much farther. The sages spoke of realities so immense that even the universe itself became only a small part of a far greater existence. Tonight, we gently step into that vision. In many of the later Puranas, especially the Vishnu Purana, the Bhagavad Purana, and the Brahma Purana, creation is described with remarkable grandeur. The universe that we inhabit is not presented as the whole of existence. Instead, it is portrayed as one Brahmanda. The Sanskrit word is beautifully descriptive. Brahma refers to the cosmic creator associated with a single universe. Anda means an egg. Together, Brahmanda is often translated as the cosmic egg, a complete universe enclosed within its own vast boundary, containing galaxies, stars, worlds, and all forms of life destined to appear during that cycle of creation. To the ancient storytellers, this image conveyed both wholeness and possibility. Just as new life quietly develops within an egg before emerging into the world, the universe itself was imagined as something born, nurtured through immense stretches of time, and eventually dissolved back into its source. The image was never merely about shape. It was about becoming, about potential unfolding into existence. Now allow your imagination to drift even farther. Imagine standing upon the shore of an ocean unlike any found upon Earth. Its waters do not crash with waves. They shimmer with a quiet radiance. There is no horizon, no beginning, no end. Only an endless expanse stretching beyond thought itself. Upon this infinite ocean float countless luminous spheres. Each one glows softly, suspended as effortlessly as bubbles rising upon the surface of still water. Each sphere is an entire universe. Within every one of them, stars are born. Galaxies slowly spiral into magnificent forms. Planets cool beneath young suns. Mountains rise. Rivers carve valleys. Forests awaken. Civilizations flourish. And somewhere beneath another unfamiliar sky, another curious soul looks upward and asks the very same questions we ask tonight. This breathtaking image appears repeatedly throughout the Puranic tradition. Rather than speaking of a single isolated cosmos, the texts often describe innumerable universes existing simultaneously within an even greater reality. One poetic verse compares them to tiny particles of dust floating through a beam of sunlight. Another likens them to bubbles arising endlessly upon an infinite sea. The message is not one of precise astronomy. It is one of immeasurable scale. Reality is far greater than the human imagination comfortably contains. Many centuries later, modern astronomers would discover that our own observable universe contains hundreds of billions of galaxies, each with astonishing numbers of stars. Even this incomprehensible immensity may not represent the entirety of existence. Some cosmological models, such as certain versions of eternal inflation, suggest the possibility that our observable universe could be one region within a much larger cosmic landscape. Other speculative ideas, including some interpretations of quantum mechanics and string theory, have also inspired discussions of a possible multiverse. These ideas remain unconfirmed. They are active areas of theoretical research rather than established scientific fact. Yet it is fascinating that both ancient cosmological imagination and modern theoretical physics invite us to ask a similar question. What if the universe we observe is not all that exists? The answers are very different. The methods are entirely different. But the question itself continues to inspire wonder. Within every Brahmanda, according to the Puranic imagination, there exists its own cosmic order, its own cycles of time, its own beings, its own unfolding story, and within each universe appears a figure known as Brahma. It is important here to pause for a quiet clarification. In Hindu philosophy, Brahma is not the same as Brahman. The two names sound similar in English, yet they point toward profoundly different ideas. Brahma is the creator associated with a universe. His role belongs to time. He appears at the beginning of a cosmic cycle and withdraws at its conclusion. Brahman, by contrast, is described in the Upanishads as the ultimate, limitless reality beyond all names, forms, space, and time. If the universe is a wave, Brahman is the ocean. If creation is a melody, Brahman is the silence from which music arises and into which it gently returns. The distinction became one of the deepest insights in Indian philosophy. Everything changes, yet something remains unchanged. Everything appears, yet something has always been. The sages spent centuries contemplating that mystery. The Puranas describe Brahma awakening upon a magnificent lotus that emerges from the navel of Lord Vishnu, who rests peacefully upon the endless cosmic serpent known as Ananta or Shesha. The symbolism is rich and layered. The limitless ocean represents the infinite ground of existence. Vishnu embodies preservation and the sustaining principle of the cosmos. The lotus, rising untouched from the waters, becomes the unfolding universe itself, beautiful, ordered, and filled with possibility. Upon that lotus, Brahma opens his eyes. Creation begins, not with violence, not with chaos, but with awakening. The first dawn of a new universe is portrayed almost as the opening of consciousness itself. The ancient storytellers understood that every beginning carries with it an element of mystery. What existed before creation? Their answer was not a date, not an equation, but an image, a sleeping infinity, gradually opening its eyes. As you listen, perhaps notice how different this vision feels from many modern discussions of cosmology. The language is symbolic, poetic, alive with imagery. Its purpose is not to provide measurements or equations. Instead, it invites the mind into contemplation. It asks us to think in pictures rather than formulas, to experience awe before attempting explanation. That quality may explain why these stories have endured for centuries. Whether understood literally, metaphorically, or spiritually, they continue to awaken the imagination. And yet, even this magnificent vision of countless universes is only the beginning. For within each, Brahmanda lies an intricate structure, a layered cosmos unlike anything in ordinary experience. Ancient texts describe realms above the earthly world, radiant domains inhabited by sages and celestial beings. They also speak of subtle regions below, mysterious planes woven into the fabric of cosmic existence. Together they became known as the 14 Lokas. Not merely places upon a map, but levels within an extraordinary vision of reality. Some have interpreted them as worlds, some as dimensions, some as states of consciousness, others simply as sacred symbols pointing toward truths that words can only approximate. Whatever their meaning, they have inspired seekers for thousands of years. So let the countless universes drift quietly across the infinite cosmic ocean. Watch them shimmer like stars reflected upon perfectly still water. For soon, we shall enter one of those universes and begin our gentle ascent through the mysterious realms that the ancient sages called the 14 Lokas. Chapter 4. The 14 Lokas, a universe of many realms. The cosmic ocean slowly fades into the distance. Its countless universes continue to drift in perfect silence, like lanterns carried upon an endless sea. One of those luminous worlds now draws gently closer, not because we are traveling through space, but because we are allowing the imagination to enter one of the oldest and most intricate maps of existence ever envisioned. Within this universe, according to the Puranic tradition, reality is not arranged as a single empty expanse filled only with stars and planets. Instead, existence unfolds in layers. Each layer possesses its own rhythm, its own inhabitants, its own relationship with time, its own degree of subtlety. Together, these layers became known as the 14 Lokas, 14 realms that extend above and below the earthly world, forming a vertical tapestry of existence. To modern ears, the word vertical may suggest places stacked one upon another, like floors within a towering palace. Yet many traditional teachers have encouraged a gentler understanding. These realms need not be imagined merely as physical locations somewhere above the clouds or beneath the ground. Rather, they may represent different planes of reality, dimensions of experience, or levels of consciousness that coexist within the vastness of creation. The Sanskrit word loka itself carries remarkable depth. It can mean a world, a realm, a domain, a field of experience, even a way of perceiving reality. Perhaps this richness explains why the idea has fascinated philosophers for centuries. The 14 Lokas invite us to imagine a universe that is not simply wider than we can see, but deeper. Imagine standing before a magnificent mountain at dawn. Mist wraps itself around its slopes. The summit disappears into clouds, glowing softly with the first light of morning. Beneath your feet lie caverns hidden far below the earth. Above you stretch forests, cliffs, rivers, snowfields, and finally a peak that almost seems to touch the heavens. The mountain is one, yet it contains many worlds. Each elevation reveals a different landscape. Each supports different forms of life. Each offers a new perspective. In much the same way, the ancient cosmological imagination envisioned existence itself, not as separate universes disconnected from one another, but as interconnected realms woven into a single cosmic order. Each loka possesses its own atmosphere, its own purpose, its own inhabitants, its own lessons. At the center of this grand design lies the world most familiar to us. It is called Bhuloka, the earthly realm. This is the realm of mountains and oceans, of forests alive with birdsong, of deserts shaped by wind, of children laughing beneath summer skies, of old age, of memory, of joy and sorrow woven together. It is the realm where human beings live their brief yet precious lives. Unlike many higher realms described in sacred literature, Bhuloka is defined by change. Nothing here remains exactly as it was. Spring yields to summer. Summer gives way to autumn. Civilizations rise. Empires fade. Rivers alter their course. Even mountains, which appear eternal, slowly surrender to time. The sages did not see this impermanence as a flaw. They saw it as one of life's greatest teachers. Because everything changes, every moment becomes valuable. Because nothing can be held forever, gratitude becomes possible. The earthly realm is not merely a place to exist, it is a place to learn. Above Bhuloka stretches a sequence of increasingly subtle realms. The first is often called Bhuvaloka, sometimes described as the region between Earth and the higher celestial worlds. Ancient texts associate it with luminous beings, subtle energies, and the pathways through which celestial bodies move. Rather than imagining it simply as the atmosphere surrounding our planet, many commentators have understood Bhuvaloka as a transitional realm, a bridge between the material and the more refined dimensions of existence. Above it lies Svaloka, also known as Svarga. This is perhaps the most widely recognized of the higher lokas. Here, the Puranas describe radiant cities, fragrant gardens, celestial music, and beings known as the Devas. Their king, Indra, is portrayed not as an absolute ruler of the cosmos, but as the guardian of this heavenly domain. The descriptions are filled with rivers of light, wish-fulfilling trees, jeweled palaces, and music unlike anything heard upon earth. To modern readers, these passages may resemble mythic poetry. To generations of devotees, they have represented sacred reality. And to philosophers, they often symbolize the rewards of virtue and the temporary joys that even heavenly existence cannot make permanent. For according to the ancient texts, even Svarga is not eternal. When the merit that brought a soul there has been exhausted, the journey continues. Even heaven belongs to time. Beyond Svarga, the vision becomes quieter, less concerned with splendor, more concerned with wisdom. The next realms are known as Mahaloka, Janaloka, Tapaloka, and finally Satyaloka, the highest of the 14. Mahaloka is often described as the dwelling place of great sages whose lives span unimaginable ages. Here, contemplation replaces ambition. Knowledge becomes the natural atmosphere. The restless movement of ordinary existence begins to fall away. Ascending further, Janaloka is associated with beings of extraordinary spiritual attainment, those whose awareness has expanded beyond the ordinary cycles of birth and death. The ancient texts speak of profound serenity, no conflict, no struggle for power, only an ever-deepening realization of truth. Higher still lies Tapaloka. Its name derives from tapas, a Sanskrit word suggesting inner heat, born of discipline, meditation, and profound spiritual practice. This is not heat that burns the body. It is the radiant intensity of consciousness refined through ages of contemplation. Here dwell beings whose minds are said to remain fixed upon the highest reality. Finally, at the summit of this cosmic ascent, the Puranas describe Satyaloka, sometimes called Brahmaloka. This is the realm associated with Brahma himself. It is portrayed as a place where time flows with unimaginable slowness compared with the human world. Entire civilizations may rise and disappear, while only moments pass in this exalted realm. Whether understood literally or symbolically, the image conveys a profound idea. The closer one moves toward the source of existence, the less one is governed by ordinary time. Modern readers occasionally notice an intriguing resonance here. In modern physics, Einstein's theory of relativity showed that time does not pass identically for every observer. Under certain conditions involving immense gravity or extraordinary speed, clocks can measure different amounts of elapsed time. The ancient descriptions of different lokas are not scientific formulations of relativity, and they arise from a very different world view. Yet both perspectives encourage us to loosen the assumption that time must always flow at the same pace everywhere. One arrives at this possibility through mathematical physics, the other through sacred cosmology and philosophical reflection. Their conclusions are not the same, but both invite humility before the mysteries of time. If the higher lokas describe increasing subtlety, wisdom, and spiritual refinement, the cosmological map also extends in the opposite direction. Below Bhuloka lie 7 additional realms, often called Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Mahatala, Rasatala, and Patala. Popular imagination has sometimes mistaken these realms for places of eternal punishment. The ancient texts, however, present a more complex picture. Many of these worlds are described as astonishingly beautiful, filled with magnificent cities, hidden treasures, and powerful beings. Some are ruled by the Nagas, the great serpent beings whose symbolism stretches across Indian mythology. Others become the domains of mighty kings and asuras whose stories illuminate themes of pride, devotion, power, and transformation. Rather than reducing them to simple ideas of hell, the Puranas often portray them as realms within the grand diversity of creation itself. Every realm has its own lessons. Every realm participates in the same cosmic order. Every realm remains part of the vast tapestry woven by existence. As we quietly reflect upon the 14 Lokas, perhaps the most enduring lesson is not about geography. It is about perspective. The ancient sages looked at reality and imagined that existence possessed depths invisible to ordinary sight. Whether those depths are understood as spiritual states, symbolic teachings, metaphysical realities, or literal cosmic realms, is a question each listener may contemplate for themselves. The texts do not force a single answer. Instead, they gently widen the horizon of imagination. And perhaps that is their greatest gift. They remind us that the universe may be richer than our senses alone can reveal. As the stars continue their silent journey overhead, we too shall continue ours. For if the Lokas describe different realms of existence, how does one travel between them? The answer, according to the ancient tradition, lies not in machines or distant voyages, but in something far more mysterious. It lies in consciousness itself. That is where our journey will lead next. Chapter 5. The Journey Through Consciousness. How the ancient sages traveled between worlds. The night has grown quieter now. The stars continue their silent procession across the heavens, indifferent to the passing of centuries. Somewhere, an owl calls softly through the darkness. A gentle breeze stirs the leaves of an ancient banyan tree, and beneath that tree, long before the first observatory was ever built, a solitary sage sits perfectly still. His eyes are closed. Yet, according to the traditions preserved for thousands of years, his journey has only just begun. For many people today, travel means movement through space. We cross oceans aboard great ships. We soar above the clouds in aircraft. We send spacecraft beyond the planets, hoping to uncover the mysteries of distant worlds. Every journey requires distance to be crossed. But the ancient sages proposed something altogether different. They suggested that the greatest journeys are not measured in kilometers, nor in light years, but in awareness. To them, consciousness was not merely something produced by the brain. It was the very medium through which reality was experienced. If consciousness changed, the world itself appeared differently. This simple yet profound idea became one of the foundations of Indian philosophy. The outer universe was vast beyond imagination. Yet there existed another universe equally mysterious, the one within. The Upanishads, composed over many centuries, often guide the listener away from the external world and toward quiet introspection. Again and again, they ask gentle questions. Who is the one who sees? Who is the one who dreams? Who remains present even when every thought becomes silent? These questions were never intended as puzzles with quick answers. They were invitations. An invitation to observe one's own experience with extraordinary care. One famous teaching from the Chandogya Upanishad speaks of the subtle essence that exists within all things. It concludes with the beautiful phrase, Tat Tvam Asi. Thou art that. Only 3 simple words. Yet they have echoed through Indian philosophy for more than 2,000 years. The teaching suggests that beneath the countless differences we perceive between people, animals, forests, rivers, stars, and galaxies, there exists a deeper unity that quietly binds all existence together. Like waves upon the ocean, each appears separate, yet every wave belongs to the same sea. This inward exploration shaped the ancient understanding of the Lokas. If reality contains many planes of existence, how might one experience them? The texts rarely describe physical travel. There are no celestial ships, no ladders reaching into the sky, no roads connecting one realm to another. Instead, movement between realms is often associated with the evolution of consciousness itself. The Bhagavad Gita speaks of individuals whose thoughts, actions, and understanding gradually shape the direction of their journey. The Upanishads speak of meditation revealing subtler realities hidden beneath ordinary perception. The Yoga Sutras describe states of profound concentration in which the fluctuations of the mind become perfectly still. Different texts explain the journey differently, yet they share a common insight. Transformation begins within. Imagine standing beside a perfectly calm lake before sunrise. The surface is so still that it reflects every star with astonishing clarity. Now imagine a small stone falling into the water. Instantly, ripples spread outward. The stars have not disappeared, yet their reflections become distorted. The ancient sages often used similar images. Reality itself had not changed, only the condition of the mind observing it. When the mind is restless, the world appears fragmented. When the mind becomes quiet, deeper patterns begin to emerge. Whether understood spiritually or psychologically, the metaphor possesses remarkable elegance. Even today, many people discover that moments of deep stillness often reveal perspectives hidden during the noise of daily life. Among the many stories preserved in the Puranas is the tale of the celestial sage Narada. Unlike ordinary travelers, Narada moves effortlessly between the various realms of existence. He visits gods. He speaks with kings. He advises sages meditating in distant forests. He even appears unexpectedly before demons, offering wisdom where conflict has taken root. His presence is curious. He belongs everywhere, yet nowhere permanently. Carrying his beloved Veena, Narada wanders through creation, singing the names of the divine. He is often portrayed smiling, sometimes playful, occasionally mischievous, yet always devoted to awakening greater understanding. Perhaps his journeys symbolize something deeper than movement through physical space. Perhaps they remind us that wisdom itself knows no boundaries. Truth travels freely wherever hearts remain open enough to receive it. Another remarkable story tells of the young sage Markandeya. Blessed with extraordinary devotion, he witnesses one of the most astonishing visions in all of Hindu literature. The universe itself begins to dissolve. Mountains disappear beneath endless waters. Stars vanish into darkness. The heavens themselves fade away. Alone upon the infinite cosmic ocean, Markandeya drifts in silent wonder. Then, in the midst of that boundless sea, he beholds a small child peacefully resting upon a single banyan leaf. The child smiles, calm, untroubled, infinite. Drawn toward this mysterious infant, Markandeya experiences a vision beyond ordinary understanding. Within the child, he beholds the entire universe once again. Mountains, rivers, planets, living beings. Everything that had seemingly vanished now exists once more within the divine. The story is breathtaking in its symbolism. the universe disappears. Yet reality itself remains. Creation ends, yet existence continues. It is not merely a tale of destruction. It is a meditation upon renewal, upon the possibility that what appears to be an ending may simply be the beginning of another cycle beyond our present understanding. Modern neuroscience approaches consciousness through observation, experimentation, and the study of the brain. Psychology explores memory, perception, emotion, and cognition. Philosophers continue to debate one of the deepest mysteries of all. Why does conscious experience exist? How does awareness arise? Despite remarkable advances, there is still no universally accepted explanation for subjective experience itself. The ancient sages approached the same mystery from the opposite direction. Rather than examining consciousness from the outside, they examined it from within. Through meditation, reflection, disciplined attention, the methods differ profoundly. The conclusions are not the same. Yet both traditions acknowledge that consciousness remains among the greatest unsolved mysteries of existence. Perhaps that shared humility is itself something worth contemplating. As our journey continues through the 14 Lokas, another mystery quietly awaits us. If consciousness can ascend toward subtler realms, what happens to time itself? The ancient texts speak repeatedly of astonishing differences. A single day in one realm may encompass thousands or even millions of years in another. Kings return to Earth to discover entire civilizations have vanished. Sages enter meditation only to awaken in a world transformed beyond recognition. These stories are not merely tales about clocks. They are reflections upon perspective, upon the strange and beautiful possibility that time itself may be experienced differently depending upon where, and perhaps how, one exists. So allow your breathing to become slow and effortless once more. Imagine the stars turning gently above the earth. Imagine countless worlds continuing their silent dance across the infinite cosmic ocean. For our next destination is one of the most extraordinary ideas preserved in ancient cosmology, the mystery of time itself. A mystery that has fascinated storytellers, philosophers, and, many centuries later, physicists alike. Chapter 6. Where time flows like a river, the astonishing clocks of the cosmos. The night is now deep. The world around you has grown wonderfully quiet. The hurried conversations of the day have faded. The roads have emptied. The wind has softened. Above, the stars continue their ancient dance with a patience that seems almost beyond imagination. As we rest beneath this silent sky, let us consider something we experience every moment, yet rarely stop to question. Time. It accompanies every heartbeat, every sunrise, every falling leaf. It marks the laughter of childhood and the silver hair of old age. It is so familiar that we often imagine it to be constant, flowing at exactly the same pace for every person, every place, and every corner of the universe. Yet both ancient wisdom and modern science invite us to wonder. What if time is far stranger than it appears? Imagine standing beside a peaceful river at dawn. From a distance, the water seems to move as one continuous stream. But as you look more closely, you notice that every current has its own rhythm. Near the bank, the water drifts gently. Around the rocks, it rushes with surprising speed. Farther downstream, it widens and slows once more. The river remains one, yet no single drop travels in quite the same way. The sages often describe time with a similar sense of mystery. To human beings, a lifetime may seem long. To the mountains, it is only a passing season. To the stars, perhaps only a brief flicker. Perspective changes everything. Among the most extraordinary ideas preserved in the Puranas is the belief that time itself flows differently in different lokas. The higher realms are not simply places of greater beauty or wisdom. They are realms in which the rhythm of existence unfolds according to entirely different scales. The Bhagavad Gita offers one of the most famous descriptions. In chapter 8, Krishna tells Arjuna that a single day of Brahma extends for 1,000 Mahayugas. His night is equally long. When translated into traditional Hindu cosmological numbers, one day of Brahma is approximately 4.32 billion human years. A single night lasts another 4.32 billion years. Together, one complete day and night encompass 8.64 billion years. And this immense cycle repeats again and again. To the human imagination, such numbers are almost impossible to visualize. Entire mountain ranges would rise and disappear. Continents would drift across the globe. Countless species would emerge, flourish, and vanish into history. Yet according to this vision, these unimaginable ages together form only one day in the life of Brahma. The message is not merely mathematical, it is philosophical. Human life is precious precisely because it is brief. Cosmic time invites humility. As we quietly reflect upon these immense cycles, another fascinating story emerges from India's ancient literature. It tells of King Kakudmi, a wise ruler who wished to find the perfect husband for his beloved daughter, Revati. Unable to decide among the princes of earth, he journeyed to the realm of Brahma himself. There, celestial musicians were performing. Out of respect, the king waited patiently until the divine music concluded before presenting his question. To Kakudmi, only a short time seemed to pass. Perhaps a few moments, perhaps a little longer. But when Brahma finally smiled and answered him, the reply carried astonishing news. While the king had waited in Brahmaloka, countless years had passed upon earth. Entire generations had lived and died. Dynasties had vanished. The age he once knew had disappeared into distant history. His kingdom no longer existed. The people he loved had become memories lost to time. Returning to earth, he found a world utterly transformed. It is a hauntingly beautiful story, not because it predicts scientific ideas, but because it invites us to imagine time as something relative to one's place within the cosmos. A journey lasting moments in one realm becomes millennia in another. The story gently stretches the imagination beyond its ordinary limits. Another beloved tale speaks of the celestial sage Narada, whose effortless journeys between worlds often leave him witnessing the rise and fall of kingdoms, as though watching the changing seasons. To the immortal beings of higher realms, human civilizations appear much like waves upon the shore, each magnificent in its own moment, each eventually returning to the sea. Such stories encourage a quiet shift in perspective. The concerns that occupy us today, however important they may feel, belong to a much larger tapestry whose weaving began long before our birth and will continue long after we are gone. There is something strangely comforting in that realization. The universe carries on, patiently, gracefully, without hurry. Many centuries later, in the early 20th century, the physicist Albert Einstein transformed humanity's understanding of time. His theory of relativity revealed something extraordinary. Time is not an absolute river flowing identically for every observer. Instead, the passage of time depends upon motion and gravity. A clock traveling at enormous speed measures time differently from one standing still. A clock placed within an intense gravitational field ticks more slowly than one farther away. These effects have been confirmed through countless experiments and even influence the satellite systems that help modern navigation function accurately. This scientific understanding is fundamentally different from the sacred cosmology of the Puranas. The two arise from different methods, different purposes, and different assumptions. The ancient stories are theological and philosophical. Einstein's theory is mathematical and experimentally tested. Yet both challenge the deeply intuitive belief that time must always flow equally everywhere. That shared invitation to question ordinary assumptions continues to fascinate readers across cultures. The sages also imagined time not as a straight road with a beginning and an end, but as a great wheel turning endlessly. This idea appears throughout Hindu thought. Creation arises, it flourishes, it gradually dissolves. Then, after a period of profound stillness, creation begins anew. Not because the previous universe failed, but because change itself belongs to the rhythm of existence. Just as winter yields to spring, just as day gives way to night, the cosmos itself breathes through endless cycles. This vision differs from many historical traditions that describe a single moment of creation, followed by a final conclusion. Instead, the universe resembles the seasons of an infinite forest. Leaves fall, seeds awaken, life returns. Again and again, without haste, without exhaustion, only rhythm. Perhaps this is why the ancient texts so often encourage patience. If existence unfolds across billions of years, then wisdom cannot be hurried. Growth cannot be forced. Understanding ripens gently, much like fruit beneath the summer sun. The stars do not rush to cross the heavens. The moon does not hurry through its phases. Even rivers reach the ocean without ever appearing anxious. Nature accomplishes everything by moving in harmony with time. As we continue our quiet journey, another question begins to emerge from the silence. If the universe unfolds through endless cycles, what existed before the first cycle began? Before Brahma awakened upon the lotus? Before stars illuminated the heavens? Before time itself started its mysterious flow? The ancient sages contemplated this question with remarkable humility. Their answers were neither simple nor dogmatic. Instead, they offered one of the most poetic visions in all of world literature. A universe resting peacefully in perfect stillness. Waiting, not for its beginning, but for its next awakening. The timeless vision awaits us in the chapter ahead. Chapter 7. Before the beginning, the cosmic sleep of Vishnu. The river of time has slowed. The countless ages that once rushed past like mighty currents now become still, as though the universe itself has paused to draw a single, silent breath. The stars above begin to fade, not because they have vanished, but because we are traveling to a place that exists before the first star is ever born, before galaxies stretch across the darkness, before mountains rise from the earth, before even time begins to count its endless moments. The ancient sages imagined such a place, not as empty, not as lifeless, but as perfectly still. Imagine an ocean so vast that no shore can be seen. Its waters do not move. No waves disturb its surface. No wind whispers across its endless expanse. There is only silence. A silence so complete that it seems almost alive. The Puranas call this the Karana ocean, the causal ocean. It is not an ocean of salt water, nor is it located somewhere beyond the furthest galaxy. It belongs to sacred cosmology, representing the unmanifest state from which creation eventually emerges. To the imagination of the ancient storytellers, everything that would one day exist already rests here in perfect potential. Every mountain, every star, every living creature, every thought, every dream, all are present, yet none have awakened. It is existence before expression, music before the first note, a story before the opening sentence, a forest hidden within a single seed. Upon this immeasurable ocean rests one of the most enduring images in all of Hindu philosophy. Lord Vishnu reclines peacefully upon the endless serpent Ananta, also known as Shesha. The serpent's countless coils stretch beyond sight. Its many hoods form a graceful canopy above the sleeping Lord. Unlike the serpents of many myths, Ananta is not a symbol of danger. Its very name means endless or infinite. It represents eternity itself, that which has neither beginning nor conclusion. The image is strikingly serene. There is no battle, no struggle, no urgency. Creation has not yet begun. Nothing demands action. The divine simply rests in absolute stillness. This peaceful repose is known as yoga nidra. The phrase is often translated as yogic sleep. Yet it is not ordinary sleep. It is a state of perfect awareness within perfect stillness. The body rests. Consciousness remains. The universe waits. Across cultures, water has often symbolized mystery. The ancient Egyptians imagined the primeval waters of none. Mesopotamian traditions spoke of the deep before creation. In the opening verses of Genesis, the Spirit of God moves over the face of the waters. The Vedic and Puranic traditions also employ this timeless symbol, though in their own unique way. The cosmic ocean is not merely water. It represents undifferentiated potential, a reality in which all possibilities remain present, though none have yet taken visible form. Like a painter standing before an untouched canvas, or a musician holding the first note in perfect silence. Creation has not begun, yet nothing is missing. From the peaceful navel of Vishnu, a slender lotus stem slowly begins to rise. There is no explosion, no sudden flash, no violent eruption. The universe unfolds gently, patiently. The lotus ascends through the stillness, until its blossom opens upon the surface of the cosmic waters. There, seated within its radiant petals, appears Brahma. He awakens. He looks in every direction, yet he sees only endless space. No earth, no heavens, no stars, only silence. According to the Bhagavata Purana, Brahma wonders about his own origin. Who am I? From where have I come? What is my purpose? Seeking answers, he follows the lotus stem downward, hoping to discover its source. He journeys for what seems an immeasurable length of time, yet he finds no end. Eventually, he returns to the lotus and enters deep meditation. Only after turning inward does understanding begin to arise. It is a remarkable lesson. The Creator himself cannot discover ultimate truth merely by exploring outward. Wisdom appears only through contemplation. The story gently echoes the journey of the rishis we encountered earlier. Sometimes the greatest discoveries begin not with movement, but with stillness. As Brahma meditates, creation gradually unfolds. The elements emerge: space, air, fire, water, earth. The celestial beings take their places. Time begins its majestic flow. Galaxies, worlds, and living creatures gradually appear within the newly awakened cosmos. Everything unfolds according to a profound order, rather than random haste. The Sanskrit tradition often calls this order RTA, the universal harmony governing existence. The rivers follow it. The seasons obey it. The stars move within it. Human beings flourish when their lives find harmony with it. Creation is not portrayed as chaos becoming order. It is order patiently revealing itself. One of the most beautiful aspects of this ancient imagery is its gentleness. Many creation stories across the world begin with conflict. Gods battle monsters. Chaos must be conquered. Violence precedes existence. The Puranic imagination offers a different emotional landscape. Here the universe blossoms like a flower. The divine dreams. A lotus blooms. A creator awakens. Existence unfolds almost as naturally as dawn arriving after a peaceful night. This softness gives the narrative its enduring tranquility. It feels less like the construction of a machine, and more like the awakening of a living garden. Modern cosmology approaches the beginning of our observable universe very differently. According to the standard cosmological model, the universe has expanded from an extremely hot, dense, early state approximately 13.8 billion years ago. The term Big Bang does not describe an explosion into empty space. Rather, it refers to the rapid expansion of space itself. Scientists continue to investigate what, if anything, preceded this earliest phase, and different theoretical models propose different possibilities. At present, no consensus exists about what came before, if that question is even meaningful in physical terms. The Puranic account and modern cosmology belong to different kinds of inquiry. One expresses theological and philosophical truths through sacred imagery. The other seeks explanations through observation, mathematics, and experimentation. Yet both stand before the same profound mystery. How does existence begin? And is there ever truly a first beginning at all? The sages often answered that final question with quiet humility. Perhaps creation has no absolute beginning. Perhaps it has always unfolded in cycles beyond ordinary comprehension, just as night gives way to dawn, and dawn returns once more to night. The cosmos itself may breathe in endless rhythms. Creation, preservation, dissolution, silence. Then another awakening, another lotus, another Brahma opening his eyes beneath an unfamiliar sky. The cycle continues, not endlessly repeating the same story, but expressing the infinite creativity of existence in ever new forms. Perhaps that is why this ancient image has remained alive for so many centuries. It does not ask us to calculate. It asks us to contemplate, to imagine that beneath all the movement of life, there exists an immeasurable stillness, a silence from which every sound is born, a peace beneath every storm, an infinite ocean beneath every wave. As your own breathing becomes slower, and the night grows deeper still, allow that image to rest gently within your thoughts, a limitless ocean, an endless serpent, a sleeping Vishnu, a lotus slowly opening into creation. And beyond even that magnificent vision, another mystery quietly awaits. For once, the universe awakens. It does not remain unchanged. It moves through immense cycles of birth, flourishing, decline, and renewal. These cycles became one of the grandest ideas in all of Vedic and Puranic cosmology. And it is there, among the endless turning of cosmic ages, that our journey will continue. Chapter 8. the wheel of eternity, Yugas, Kalpas, and the endless cycles of creation. The lotus has opened. The stars have taken their places. The rivers have begun their timeless journey toward the sea. The universe is awake once more. Yet, according to the ancient sages, this awakening is not the first, nor will it be the last. As we continue our gentle journey through the wisdom of the Vedic and Puranic traditions, we discover that creation is not imagined as a single event fixed forever in the distant past. Instead, existence itself is described as a rhythm, a pulse, a great cosmic heartbeat that has no absolute beginning and no final end. The universe does not simply appear. It breathes. Pause for a moment and imagine standing upon a quiet shore at sunrise. One wave rolls gently onto the sand. Then it retreats. Another follows. Then another. No two waves are exactly alike. Each has its own graceful shape. Each sparkles differently beneath the morning light. Yet together they belong to one endless ocean. The ancient sages often viewed creation in much the same way. Every universe is like a wave upon the infinite sea of existence. It rises, it shines, it slowly returns, and from the same boundless source, another wave begins. There is no urgency, no fear that creation might suddenly cease forever, only an eternal rhythm unfolding beyond human comprehension. This vision gave rise to one of the most elaborate understandings of time found in any ancient civilization. Rather than measuring history only through kings, dynasties, or generations, the sages imagined vast epochs known as yugas. The Sanskrit word yuga may be translated as an age or an era. According to the traditional cosmology, 4 yugas together form one complete cycle of human civilization. The first is Satya Yuga, often called the Age of Truth. It is described as a time when harmony prevails naturally. Human beings live long lives. Wisdom flourishes. Compassion guides society. The relationship between humanity and the natural world remains balanced and peaceful. In many ways, Satya Yuga represents the ideal toward which the human heart quietly longs. Not merely a distant historical period, but a symbol of perfect alignment between life and truth. As the great cycle continues, Satya Yuga gradually gives way to Treta Yuga. The world remains noble, yet subtle changes begin to appear. Virtue still guides civilization, but it no longer shines with quite the same effortless brilliance. It is within this age that many traditions place the events of the Ramayana, where Lord Brahma becomes the embodiment of righteousness, in a world where moral choices have grown more complex. The forests remain sacred. The rivers still sing their ancient songs. Yet humanity has begun to drift ever so slightly from perfect harmony. The wheel continues to turn. Next comes Dvapara Yuga. Knowledge remains. Great kingdoms flourish. Remarkable heroes walk thy earth. Yet conflict grows more frequent. Ambition competes with wisdom. Power often challenges compassion. Many traditions associate this age with the events of the Mahabharata and the life of Lord Krishna. The Bhagavad Gita, perhaps one of humanity's greatest spiritual dialogues, is spoken during this era, not because the world has reached perfection, but because it desperately seeks guidance amid uncertainty. Even in ages of confusion, wisdom remains available to those willing to listen. Finally arrives Kali Yuga, the age in which traditional Hindu chronology places the present era. Its name is sometimes misunderstood. The word Kali here does not refer to the goddess Kali. Instead, It signifies an age characterized by increasing spiritual forgetfulness, moral confusion, and attachment to material concerns. Ancient texts describe shorter lifespans, restless minds, frequent conflict, a growing tendency to mistake appearance for reality. Yet even within these descriptions, hope quietly remains. For it is often said that sincere spiritual practice becomes especially meaningful during difficult times. When darkness deepens, even the smallest lamp becomes easier to see. Perhaps that is why these teachings continue to inspire millions of people today. They do not merely describe decline. They remind us that wisdom remains possible in every age. Together, these 4 yugas form one Mahayuga, or Great Age. According to the traditional calculations preserved in the Puranas, a Mahayuga spans approximately 4.32 million human years. 1,000 Mahayugas compose a single daytime of Brahma. Another 1,000 unfold during his night. As we encountered earlier, one complete day and night of Brahma extends across 8.64 billion human years. The numbers continue to grow. 360 such days constitute 1 year in Brahma's life. He lives for 100 of those celestial years. The total stretches to a figure so immense that ordinary language struggles to contain it. It is not merely large, it is almost unimaginable. Perhaps that is precisely the point. The sages sought not only to calculate time, but to expand the human imagination until it could glimpse the possibility of an infinite cosmos. One might wonder why the ancient texts chose numbers of such extraordinary magnitude. After all, human civilization occupies only a tiny moment within these immense scales. Perhaps the answer lies not in arithmetic, but in perspective. Standing beside the ocean, one does not attempt to count every wave. Instead, one experiences its vastness. Likewise, these enormous spans of time gently loosen our attachment to the small anxieties of a single lifetime. The worries that seem overwhelming today become softer when viewed against billions of years. This is not meant to diminish human life. Quite the opposite. It reminds us how precious every moment truly is, like the brief bloom of a night flower. Our lives are beautiful precisely because they do not last forever. Interestingly, modern cosmology also reveals a universe whose history extends across astonishing timescales. The observable universe is estimated to be about 13.8 billion years old. Stars require millions of years to form. Galaxies slowly merge over billions of years. Even the light reaching our telescopes tonight often began its journey long before human civilization arose. The methods that produced these scientific estimates are entirely different from the symbolic and theological framework of Hindu cosmology. Yet both perspectives encourage us to think beyond the ordinary limits of human history. They remind us that the cosmos operates on scales far exceeding everyday experience. That shared sense of immensity has inspired wonder across generations. The wheel of the Yugas also carries a profound philosophical lesson. Nothing remains fixed forever. Joy changes. Sorrow changes. Civilizations rise and decline. Forests become deserts. Deserts bloom again. Stars ignite. Stars fade. Even the universe itself participates in this eternal rhythm of becoming. For the ancient sages, impermanence was not something to fear. It was woven into the very fabric of existence. Only by accepting change could one begin to discover that which does not change. This insight would become one of the central themes of the Upanishads. Behind every changing form, there exists an unchanging reality. Behind every wave, the ocean remains. As our quiet journey continues, another mystery gently emerges. If the universe moves through endless cycles, if worlds arise and disappear like blossoms opening each spring, could there be countless universes, each following its own rhythm at the very same time? Or does each Brahmanda exist alone within the infinite? The ancient storytellers answered that question with images of breathtaking beauty, images of endless cosmic oceans, of universes floating like luminous pearls, and of realities extending far beyond even the grand cycles we have explored tonight. It is toward that immeasurable horizon that our journey now turns, for the night sky above us may be vast beyond comprehension, yet according to the sages, it is only the beginning. Chapter 9. Infinite Universes. When ancient imagination meets modern cosmology. The night has become wonderfully still. Perhaps, by now, the world outside your window has almost disappeared into silence. The stars continue to shine with quiet patience, just as they did for the countless generations before us. And somewhere, far beyond the reach of every telescope humanity has ever built, there may, or may not, be realities forever hidden from our view. For thousands of years, this possibility belonged almost entirely to philosophy, mythology, and spiritual contemplation. Today, it has also become one of the most fascinating questions in theoretical physics. Not because science has confirmed the existence of countless universes, it has not, but because modern cosmology has discovered reasons to ask whether our observable universe might be only one part of a reality far larger than we can presently observe. Remarkably, that question is one the ancient sages had already been asking in their own very different way. Let us return once more to the endless cosmic ocean. Not the ocean of Earth, but the luminous ocean described in the Puranas. Across its infinite stillness drift countless Brahmandas, each one complete, each containing its own stars, its own worlds, its own cycles of creation, its own Brahma guiding the unfolding of a cosmic age. The Bhagavata Purana paints this vision with extraordinary poetic beauty. It speaks of innumerable universes emerging from the divine, existing for immense spans of time before gently dissolving once more into the infinite. Some commentaries compare them to bubbles rising upon the surface of a boundless sea. Others liken them to tiny particles of dust dancing within a beam of sunlight entering a quiet room. Each particle catches the light for a moment, then drifts away. Yet the sunlight itself remains. The image is deeply peaceful. Creation is not isolated, nor is it lonely. Reality overflows with possibility. If we pause to imagine this scene, it becomes almost dreamlike. Suppose that every star visible in tonight's sky belonged to only one universe. Now imagine another universe beside it, then another. Not hundreds, not thousands, but an endless procession stretching beyond every horizon the mind can conceive. Each universe would possess its own history, its own constellations, its own dawns and sunsets, its own beings asking timeless questions beneath unfamiliar skies. Perhaps somewhere, another philosopher watches another moon rise over another world, wondering whether anything exists beyond the limits of visible creation. The thought itself carries a quiet beauty. Whether literally true or not, it expands the imagination until ordinary boundaries begin to soften. For much of human history, the idea of multiple universes remained almost entirely within the realms of philosophy and religion. Then, during the 20th century, the scientific picture of the cosmos began to grow increasingly surprising. Astronomers discovered that our own Milky Way is only one galaxy among hundreds of billions in the observable universe. Powerful telescopes revealed immense clusters of galaxies linked together by vast cosmic filaments stretching across unimaginable distances. The observable universe itself became far larger than anyone had previously imagined. Yet with every answer came new questions. If the observable universe is finite, what lies beyond the edge of what we can see? Does space continue indefinitely? Or is our cosmic horizon simply the limit of how far light has traveled since the early universe became transparent? Scientists continue investigating these mysteries. The answers remain incomplete. Among the ideas explored by some cosmologists is an fascinating proposal known as eternal inflation. According to this theoretical model, the rapid expansion that occurred in the earliest moments of our universe might not have happened only once. Instead, inflation could continue in other regions of a much larger cosmic landscape, producing many separate bubble universes. Each bubble would expand independently, developing its own history and perhaps even different physical conditions. It is an elegant mathematical idea, yet it remains speculative. At present, there is no direct observational evidence confirming that such other universes exist. Scientists continue debating whether the concept can ever be tested. This distinction is important. A compelling hypothesis is not the same as an established fact. The beauty of science lies in its willingness to question even its most intriguing ideas. Another avenue of speculation emerges from certain interpretations of quantum mechanics. Some physicists have proposed what is known as the many worlds interpretation. Rather than suggesting distant universes elsewhere in space, this interpretation imagines that every quantum event corresponds to a branching of possible outcomes. It is one attempt to explain the mathematics of quantum theory. Whether it reflects physical reality remains an active subject of philosophical and scientific debate. Its universes, if they exist, are not the same as the Brahmandas described in the Puranas. The two ideas arise from entirely different intellectual traditions and should not be treated as equivalent. Yet both challenge the comforting assumption that reality consists of only a single, easily understood world. This is where the conversation becomes especially fascinating. The ancient sages did not possess particle accelerators. They knew nothing of quantum fields. They could not calculate cosmic microwave background radiation or map distant galaxies. Likewise, modern physicists do not derive their theories from the Puranas or the Upanishads. They rely upon mathematics, observation, and experiment. The two traditions travel along different paths. Yet occasionally, those paths appear to gaze toward a similar horizon. Both ask whether reality might be richer than immediate perception suggests. Both encourage intellectual humility. Both remind us that the visible universe may not exhaust the possibilities of existence. The similarities lie primarily in the questions, not in the methods or conclusions. Perhaps that is what makes the comparison so compelling. The Upanishads often encourage the seeker to recognize how limited ordinary perception can be. A person standing upon the shore sees only the horizon. Yet beyond it lies an ocean extending far beyond sight. Likewise, human senses reveal only a tiny portion of reality. We hear only a narrow range of sound. We see only a small band of light. Even with the aid of remarkable instruments, our understanding remains incomplete. Modern science echoes this humility in its own language. Astronomers estimate that ordinary matter, the stars, planets, gas, and dust we can observe, accounts for only a small fraction of the universe's total energy content. The remainder appears to involve phenomena currently labeled dark matter and dark energy, names that reflect our incomplete understanding rather than complete knowledge. The universe continues to surprise us, again and again. Perhaps this enduring mystery explains why the ancient image of countless universes continues to resonate today. Not because it has been scientifically verified, nor because it offers equations to replace modern cosmology. Rather, it reminds us that human curiosity has always reached beyond the visible horizon. Thousands of years ago, sages sitting beneath moonlit skies imagined realities beyond ordinary perception. Today, physicists working with advanced telescopes and sophisticated mathematics continue asking questions whose answers remain unknown. The language has changed. The methods have changed. The questions endure. And perhaps that continuity tells us something profound about the human spirit. We are creatures who cannot help wondering what lies beyond the next horizon. As the stars slowly wheel overhead, let us remain for one final moment beside the cosmic ocean. The countless universes continue drifting in perfect silence, each one carrying its own story, each one unfolding according to its own mysterious rhythm. Whether these ancient visions are read as sacred symbolism, metaphysical insight, or poetic imagination, they invite us to think on a scale that humbles the mind and calms the heart. For when existence becomes immeasurably vast, many of our daily worries begin to seem wonderfully small. And perhaps that, too, was one of the sages' quiet intentions. To lift our gaze from the fleeting concerns of a single day toward a universe whose mystery is deep enough to inspire awe. Night after night, century after century, generation after generation. As we continue our gentle voyage, another remarkable idea awaits us. If reality is indeed richer than it first appears, could there also be dimensions beyond the 3 dimensions we experience every day? The ancient texts spoke of subtle realms invisible to ordinary sight. Modern theoretical physics, in a very different way, has explored mathematical models involving additional dimensions beyond the familiar 3 of space and 1 of time. These ideas are not the same. Yet they invite us to explore another fascinating meeting place between ancient imagination and modern inquiry. That is where our journey now continues. Chapter 9. Infinite Universes. When ancient imagination meets modern cosmology, the night has become wonderfully still. Perhaps by now, the world outside your window has almost disappeared into silence. The stars continue to shine with quiet patience, just as they did for the countless generations before us. And somewhere, far beyond the reach of every telescope humanity has ever built, there may or may not be realities forever hidden from our view. For thousands of years now, this possibility belonged almost entirely to philosophy, mythology, and spiritual contemplation. Today, it has also become one of the most fascinating questions in theoretical physics. Not because science has confirmed the existence of countless universes. It has not. But because modern cosmology has discovered reasons to ask whether our observable universe might be only one part of a reality far larger than we can presently observe. Remarkably, that question is one the ancient sages had already been asking in their own very different way. Let us return once more to the endless cosmic ocean. Not the ocean of earth, but the luminous ocean described in the Puranas. Across its infinite stillness drift countless Brahmandas, each one complete, each containing its own stars, its own worlds, its own cycles of creation, its own Brahma guiding the unfolding of a cosmic age. The Bhagavata Purana paints this vision with extraordinary poetic beauty. It speaks of innumerable universes emerging from the divine, existing for immense spans of time before gently dissolving once more into the infinite. Some commentaries compare them to bubbles rising upon the surface of a boundless sea. Others liken them to tiny particles of dust dancing within a beam of sunlight entering a quiet room. Each particle catches the light for a moment, then drifts away. Yet the sunlight itself remains. The image is deeply peaceful. Creation is not isolated, nor is it lonely. Reality overflows with possibility. If we pause to imagine this scene, it becomes almost dreamlike. Suppose that every star visible in tonight's sky belonged to only one universe. Now imagine another universe beside it. Then another. Not hundreds, not thousands, but an endless procession stretching beyond every horizon the mind can conceive. Each universe would possess its own history, its own constellations, its own dawns and sunsets, its own beings asking timeless questions beneath unfamiliar skies. Perhaps somewhere, another philosopher watches another moon rise over another world, wondering whether anything exists beyond the limits of visible creation. The thought itself carries a quiet beauty. Whether literally true or not, it expands the imagination until ordinary boundaries begin to soften. For much of human history, the idea of multiple universes remained almost entirely within the realms of philosophy and religion. Then, during the 20th century, the scientific picture of the cosmos began to grow increasingly surprising. Astronomers discovered that our own Milky Way is only one galaxy among hundreds of billions in the observable universe. Powerful telescopes revealed immense clusters of galaxies, linked together by vast cosmic filaments, stretching across unimaginable distances. The observable universe itself became far larger than anyone had previously imagined. Yet with every answer came new questions. If the observable universe is finite, what lies beyond the edge of what we can see? Does space continue indefinitely? Or is our cosmic horizon simply the limit of how far light has traveled since the early universe became transparent? Scientists continue investigating these mysteries. The answers remain incomplete. Among the ideas explored by some cosmologists is a fascinating proposal known as eternal inflation. According to this theoretical model, the rapid expansion that occurred in the earliest moments of our universe might not have happened only once. Instead, inflation could continue in other regions of a much larger cosmic landscape, producing many separate bubble universes. Each bubble would expand independently, developing its own history and perhaps even different physical conditions. It is an elegant mathematical idea, yet it remains speculative. At present, there is no direct observational evidence confirming that such other universes exist. Scientists continue debating whether the concept can ever be tested. This distinction is important. A compelling hypothesis is not the same as an established fact. The beauty of science lies in its willingness to question even its most intriguing ideas. Another avenue of speculation emerges from certain interpretations of quantum mechanics. Some physicists have proposed what is known as the many worlds interpretation. Rather than suggesting distant universes elsewhere in space, this interpretation imagines that every quantum event corresponds to a branching of possible outcomes. It is one attempt to explain the mathematics of quantum theory. Whether it reflects physical reality remains an active subject of philosophical and scientific debate. Its universes, if they exist, are not the same as the Brahmandas described in the Puranas. The two ideas arise from entirely different intellectual traditions and should not be treated as equivalent. Yet both challenge the comforting assumption that reality consists of only a single, easily understood world. This is where the conversation becomes especially fascinating. The ancient sages did not possess particle accelerators. They knew nothing of quantum fields. They could not calculate cosmic microwave background radiation or map distant galaxies. Likewise, modern physicists do not derive their theories from the Puranas or the Upanishads. They rely upon mathematics, observation, and experiment. The two traditions travel along different paths. Yet occasionally, those paths appear to gaze toward a similar horizon. Both ask whether reality might be richer than immediate perception suggests. Both encourage intellectual humility. Both remind us that the visible universe may not exhaust the possibilities of existence. The similarities lie primarily in the questions, not in the methods or conclusions. Perhaps that is what makes the comparison so compelling. The Upanishads often encourage the seeker to recognize how limited ordinary perception can be. A person standing upon the shore sees only the horizon. Yet beyond it lies an ocean extending far beyond sight. Likewise, human senses reveal only a tiny portion of reality. We hear only a narrow range of sound. We see only a small band of light. Even with the aid of remarkable instruments, our understanding remains incomplete. Modern science echoes this humility in its own language. Astronomers estimate that ordinary matter, the stars, planets, gas, and dust we can observe, accounts for only a small fraction of the universe's total energy content. The remainder appears to involve phenomena currently labeled dark matter and dark energy, names that reflect our incomplete understanding rather than complete knowledge. The universe continues to surprise us, again and again. Perhaps this enduring mystery explains why the ancient image of countless universes continues to resonate today. Not because it has been scientifically verified, nor because it offers equations to replace modern cosmology. Rather, it reminds us that human curiosity has always reached beyond the visible horizon. Thousands of years ago, sages sitting beneath moonlit skies imagined realities beyond ordinary perception. Today, physicists working with advanced telescopes and sophisticated mathematics continue asking questions whose answers remain unknown. The language has changed. The methods have changed. The questions endure. And perhaps that continuity tells us something profound about the human spirit. We are creatures who cannot help wondering what lies beyond the next horizon. As the stars slowly wheel overhead, let us remain for one final moment beside the cosmic ocean. The countless universes continue drifting in perfect silence, each one carrying its own story, each one unfolding according to its own mysterious rhythm. Whether these ancient visions are read as sacred symbolism, metaphysical insight, or poetic imagination, they invite us to think on a scale that humbles the mind and calms the heart. For when existence becomes immeasurably vast, many of our daily worries begin to seem wonderfully small. And perhaps that too was one of the sage's quiet intentions, to lift our gaze from the fleeting concerns of a single day toward a universe whose mystery is deep enough to inspire awe, night after night, century after century, generation after generation. As we continue our gentle voyage, another remarkable idea awaits us. If reality is indeed richer than it first appears, could there also be dimensions beyond the 3 dimensions we experience every day? The ancient texts spoke of subtle realms, invisible to ordinary sight. Modern theoretical physics, in a very different way, has explored mathematical models involving additional dimensions beyond the familiar 3 of space and 1 of time. These ideas are not the same, yet they invite us to explore another fascinating meeting place between ancient imagination and modern inquiry. That is where our journey now continues. Chapter 10. Beyond the Visible. Hidden Dimensions and the Architecture of Reality. The night has become wonderfully quiet. So quiet that it almost feels as though the universe itself has begun whispering instead of speaking. The stars remain scattered across the heavens, like tiny lanterns suspended upon velvet darkness. Some shine brightly. Others are so faint that they appear only when you soften your gaze. Perhaps reality itself is like that. Not everything is revealed at first glance. Some truths emerge only when we learn to look differently. Imagine walking through an ancient temple just before sunrise. Its stone pillars are cool beneath your fingertips. Soft golden light begins to enter through the eastern doorway, revealing intricate carvings that remained hidden throughout the night. At first, you notice only the great columns, then delicate flowers carved into the stone, then tiny birds hidden among the vines. The temple has not changed, only your ability to perceive its details. The sages often suggested that reality possesses a similar quality. What appears simple may conceal astonishing depth. What seems empty may be quietly alive with unseen order. The visible world, they believed, is only one layer of existence. Throughout the Upanishads, a recurring theme gently appears. Human perception is limited, not because the senses are flawed, but because every instrument has its limits. The eye cannot hear music. The ear cannot perceive color. The tongue cannot taste the fragrance of jasmine. Each sense reveals only one small aspect of reality. Together they create the familiar world we experience each day. Yet the sages wondered, could existence extend beyond what the senses alone can grasp? This question lies at the heart of many ancient philosophical traditions. The answer was never presented as something to accept blindly. Instead, listeners were encouraged to explore through contemplation, meditation, and careful inquiry. One beautiful metaphor appears repeatedly throughout Indian philosophy. Imagine entering a great palace with many rooms. Suppose you spend your entire life inside a single chamber. You decorate it. You grow comfortable there. You begin to believe it is the whole palace. Then one day, a doorway quietly opens. Beyond it lies another room, then another still. Each is connected to the same magnificent structure, yet each reveals something entirely new. The palace has always been there, only your awareness of it has expanded. For many teachers, the lokas function in a similar way, not necessarily as distant planets somewhere beyond the stars, but as deeper layers within the architecture of reality itself. Centuries later, entirely different questions began occupying the minds of mathematicians and physicists. How many dimensions does space truly possess? Our everyday experience suggests 3: length, width, height. Combined with time, these form the familiar four-dimensional picture described by Einstein's theory of relativity. Yet, as physicists searched for mathematical descriptions capable of unifying the fundamental forces of nature, some theories led toward surprising possibilities. Among them is string theory, a highly mathematical framework proposing that the smallest building blocks of nature may not be point-like particles, but unimaginably tiny vibrating strings. For the equations to remain mathematically consistent, many versions of string theory require additional spatial dimensions beyond the 3 we experience. Some models suggest 10 dimensions. Others propose 11. These extra dimensions, if they exist, would not resemble hidden rooms waiting behind a physical doorway. Instead, they may be extraordinarily small, curled upon themselves at scales far beyond present-day observation. It is an elegant mathematical idea, yet it remains unconfirmed. Despite decades of research, no experimental evidence has demonstrated that these extra dimensions physically exist. The search continues. At first glance, someone encountering both ideas, the locus of ancient cosmology and the extra dimensions of modern theoretical physics, might feel tempted to declare them identical. But such a conclusion would move too quickly. The locus arise within a spiritual and philosophical tradition concerned with consciousness, ethics, and the nature of existence. The additional dimensions explored in theoretical physics arise from mathematical attempts to describe the behavior of matter, energy, and gravity. Their purposes differ, their methods differ, their languages differ. Yet there remains an intriguing point of resonance. Both invite us to imagine that reality may possess hidden depth beyond ordinary perception. Not proof, not confirmation, but a shared willingness to question appearances. Perhaps that quiet humility is the bridge between them. Ancient India often described reality using the idea of the sthula and the sukshma. The sthula is the gross physical world, the realm of mountains, rivers, trees, stars, and bodies. The sukshma is the subtle, the realm of thought, life force, memory, intention, and experiences not directly perceived by the physical senses. Whether one interprets these concepts spiritually or psychologically, they express an enduring intuition. Reality contains visible and invisible aspects. The wind cannot be seen, yet forests bend before it. Gravity remains invisible, yet planets faithfully follow its influence. Thought itself has no color or shape, yet it transforms civilizations. Invisible does not necessarily mean unreal. Sometimes it simply means not directly observable. Consider the fragrance of a flower blooming quietly in the darkness. You may smell it long before you ever see it. Its presence becomes known through experience rather than appearance. Or imagine hearing distant thunder beyond the hills before the storm clouds rise into view. Much of life unfolds in this way. Effects often become visible before their hidden causes. The sages delighted in such observations. Nature itself became their teacher. Every river, every season, every seed growing silently beneath the soil, each hinted that unseen processes quietly sustained the visible world. Modern physics has also revealed that everyday experience captures only a small portion of reality. Human eyes detect only a narrow band of the electromagnetic spectrum. Beyond visible light, Stretch radio waves, microwaves, infrared radiation, ultraviolet light, X-rays, and gamma rays all exist simultaneously around us. We simply cannot perceive them unaided. Likewise, microscopic life remained completely unknown until the invention of powerful lenses. Galaxies beyond our own remained invisible until telescopes grew capable of revealing them. History repeatedly reminds us that the limits of perception are not necessarily the limits of reality. This lesson encourages both curiosity and humility. There may always be more to discover. One of the most profound statements in the Katha Upanishad compares the journey of knowledge to turning inward rather than outward. It suggests that the senses naturally flow toward external objects, while the wise occasionally reverse that movement and seek the self within. Whether understood spiritually or philosophically, this teaching reflects an enduring conviction that the deepest realities are not always found by traveling farther into space. Sometimes they are discovered by exploring more deeply into awareness itself. In this respect, the inward journey of the sages complements, rather than competes with, the outward exploration of science. One maps the cosmos through observation. The other maps consciousness through contemplation. Both require patience. Both demand discipline. Both acknowledge mystery. As our own journey gently continues, let us pause beneath the same timeless sky that inspired both astronomers and sages. Above us stretch galaxies whose light began traveling long before human civilization. Within us exists a consciousness capable of wondering about them. Between those two immensities, the outer universe and the inner one, lies one of the greatest adventures humanity has ever undertaken. Perhaps that adventure will never truly end. For every answer uncovers another question. Every horizon reveals another beyond it. Every doorway opens into another chamber of the great palace of existence. And that may be one of the most beautiful truths of all. The night grows deeper. The stars continue their patient watch. Our breathing has become slower. Our thoughts gentler. Soon we shall leave the language of dimensions and enter another mystery that has fascinated seekers for millennia. Not the structure of the universe, but the mysterious relationship between the universe and the one who experiences it. For the ancient sages often suggested that the greatest mystery was never simply the cosmos itself. It was consciousness, the silent witness behind every thought, every dream, every star, and every question ever asked beneath the endless night sky. Chapter 11. The Silent Witness. Consciousness, the Self, and the Universe. Within the stars remain where they have always been, quiet, patient, unmoved by the passing of empires or the turning of countless seasons. Yet tonight, after journeying across immense cosmic oceans, through the 14 Lokas, beyond the cycles of time, and into the possibility of infinite universes, our path gently changes direction. Until now, we have been looking outward, toward galaxies, toward cosmic ages, toward realities vast enough to humble the imagination. But the ancient sages eventually arrived at an extraordinary realization. Perhaps the greatest mystery is not the universe we observe. Perhaps it is the one who is observing. Imagine standing beneath a perfectly clear night sky. You lift your eyes toward the stars. You notice Orion rising above the horizon, the moon casting silver light across a quiet river, a cool breeze brushing gently against your face. These experiences seem simple, almost ordinary, yet pause for just a moment. Who is experiencing them? The stars themselves do not know they are shining. The river does not know it is flowing. The moon does not admire its own reflection. And yet, somewhere within you, awareness quietly receives every sensation. There is seeing, there is hearing, there is feeling. But behind them all appears something even more mysterious. The silent witness. Thousands of years ago, the sages of the Upanishads began asking questions unlike any that had been asked before. Not, what is the largest mountain? Or, how many stars fill the heavens? But rather, who am I? Not the name given at birth, not the profession, not the body that changes from childhood to old age, not even the endless stream of thoughts that rise and disappear throughout the day. If all these things change, who remains? It is one of the oldest philosophical investigations known to humanity, and perhaps one of the deepest. Satyamam. The Brihadaranyaka Upanishad often approaches this mystery through a method that later became known as neti. Not this, not this. The seeker observes every aspect of experience. The body, not this. The emotions, not this. Thoughts, not this. Memories, not this. Even the sense of personal identity, not this. The practice is not intended to deny existence. Instead, it gently removes every changing layer until only the unchanging witness remains. Like a sculptor carefully removing stone to reveal the hidden figure already resting within. The sages believed that beneath every changing experience exists something that never changes. Pure awareness. Imagine the sky on a cloudy afternoon. Clouds drift endlessly across its blue expanse. Some are bright white, others dark with rain. Some linger for hours, others vanish within minutes. Yet the sky itself remains untouched. Clouds appear, clouds disappear. The sky simply allows them to pass. Many teachers have used this image to describe consciousness. Thoughts are like clouds. Emotions are like clouds. Memories arrive, then depart. But awareness itself remains open, unchanging, silent, always present. The purpose of meditation, according to many traditions, is not to stop the clouds. It is to recognize the sky. This idea appears again and again throughout the Upanishads. The Mandukya Upanishad, one of the shortest yet most profound, explores the different states of consciousness experienced by every human being. There is waking, where attention flows toward the outer world. There is dreaming, where an entirely different universe arises within the mind. There is deep sleep, where thoughts disappear, yet upon waking we somehow know that peaceful rest occurred. Then the text speaks of a mysterious fourth state, Turiya. Not a place, not a dream, not ordinary wakefulness, but pure awareness itself, beyond thought, beyond language, beyond every attempt at description. The sages repeatedly remind us that words can point toward this reality, but never fully contain it. Pause for a moment. Notice your own breathing. No effort is required. Each breath arrives quietly, then leaves. Thoughts may come, thoughts may go. Sounds may appear from somewhere outside your room. Yet something within continues simply observing, not judging, not resisting, merely witnessing. This gentle awareness accompanies every experience of your life. It was present when you were a child. It remains now. Though your body has changed, though your thoughts have changed, though almost every cell within you has been replaced over the years, something quietly endures. The sages called that enduring reality the Atman. One of the most celebrated declarations in all of the Upanishads appears in the Chandogya Upanishad. A father named Uddalaka Aruni teaches his son, Shvetaketu, through simple observations drawn from nature. He dissolves salt into water. The salt can no longer be seen, yet every drop tastes of it. He points toward a tiny seed from a great banyan tree. Breaking it open, nothing appears inside. Yet from that invisible essence emerges an enormous tree. Finally, he offers the teaching that has echoed across centuries. Tat tvam asi. You are that. Not because the individual becomes the entire universe in an ordinary sense, but because the deepest essence of the individual and the deepest essence of reality are said to share a profound unity. Like countless waves, different in form, one in ocean. This vision reaches its fullest expression in the concept of Brahman. Earlier in our journey, we distinguished Brahma, the cosmic creator, from Brahman, the limitless reality beyond all forms. The Upanishads describe Brahman as infinite, eternal, without beginning, without end. Not an object somewhere in the universe, not a being occupying one particular place. Rather, Brahman is the ground of existence itself, that by which everything exists, that within which everything appears, that into which everything ultimately returns. The sages spoke carefully. Whenever language became too rigid, they returned to silence. Because how can words fully describe that from which words themselves arise? Centuries later, philosophers across the world would wrestle with remarkably similar questions. What is consciousness? Can awareness be fully explained by physical processes within the brain? Or does subjective experience point toward something still unexplained? Modern neuroscience has made extraordinary progress in understanding perception, memory, emotion, and decision-making. Yet many philosophers continue discussing what has become known as the hard problem of consciousness. How does physical activity within the brain give rise to the inner experience of being aware? No universally accepted answer yet exists. The Upanishads approached the mystery from another direction entirely. They did not attempt to explain consciousness as something produced. Instead, consciousness became the starting point from which every other experience was understood. Different traditions, different methods, different conclusions. Yet both acknowledge that awareness remains one of reality's deepest mysteries. Perhaps this is why the teachings of the Upanishads continue to inspire readers across cultures. They invite neither blind belief nor quick certainty. Instead, they encourage direct observation. Notice the mind, notice the breath, notice the thoughts arriving and departing like birds crossing an evening sky. Then gently ask, who notices them? The question itself becomes the beginning of the journey, not toward distant galaxies, but toward the quiet center of one's own experience. There is a beautiful simplicity in this ancient wisdom. After exploring countless universes, the sages returned home. After imagining cosmic oceans, they sat beneath trees in silent meditation. After contemplating billions of years, they became fully present to a single breath. It is almost as though the entire universe had led them back to the place from which every journey truly begins, the present moment. The stars continue shining overhead. The wind still moves softly through the forests. The rivers continue their patient journey toward the sea. And somewhere, beneath another sky, another seeker may be asking the same timeless questions. Who am I? What is this universe? What is the relationship between the two? Perhaps these questions have no final ending. Perhaps they are companions for every generation, each answer opening another doorway, each doorway revealing another horizon. As your breathing becomes slower and your thoughts become quieter, allow those questions to drift gently through your awareness without needing to solve them tonight. For the ancient sages believed that some truths reveal themselves only to a peaceful mind. And in our next chapter, we shall meet those remarkable men and women who devoted their entire lives to cultivating such peace, the rishis. Who were these mysterious seers? How did they believe knowledge was received? And why did later generations call the Vedas Shruti, that which was heard, rather than something that was invented? The answers await us in the quiet stillness before dawn. Chapter 12. The Rishis, those who listened to the universe. The night has become deeply peaceful. Perhaps somewhere beyond your window, the moon has climbed a little higher into the sky. Perhaps the breeze has grown cooler. Or perhaps the entire world has settled into that rare stillness that exists only in the quietest hours before dawn. It is within such silence that the ancient sages believed the deepest truths could be perceived. Not because silence creates wisdom, but because it allows wisdom to be heard. Imagine yourself walking through an ancient forest in northern India. There are no cities, no roads, no towers reaching toward the sky, only towering sal and banyan trees stretching overhead, their branches weaving together like the ceiling of a vast green cathedral. Birdsong greets the morning. A nearby stream flows over smooth stones with a gentle rhythmic sound. The air carries the fragrance of damp earth after the night's cool mist. Hidden among these forests are small hermitages, simple dwellings made from wood, grass, and clay. Nothing here suggests wealth. Nothing seeks attention. And yet, according to tradition, these quiet places became some of the greatest centers of philosophical inquiry the world has ever known. Their inhabitants were known as the rishis, the seers, the listeners, the ones who devoted their lives to understanding reality. Today, when we imagine knowledge, we often think of books, universities, laboratories, libraries filled with carefully arranged shelves. But for many centuries, the wisdom of the Vedas lived entirely in memory, not because writing was unknown forever, but because the sacred sound itself was considered essential. The Vedas were transmitted from teacher to student through astonishingly precise oral traditions. Every syllable, every pause, every accent, every tone, preserved with extraordinary care. Even today, scholars continue to marvel at the accuracy with which these ancient recitations have survived across thousands of years. For the rishis, sound was never merely a way to communicate ideas. Sound itself possessed sacred significance. This is why the Vedas are often called Shruti. The Sanskrit word means that which is heard. Notice the subtle difference. The texts are not traditionally described as something the sages invented, nor something they composed through ordinary imagination. Instead, the tradition holds that the rishis became so deeply quiet, so profoundly attentive, that they heard eternal truths already woven into the fabric of existence. This does not mean they literally heard voices in the ordinary sense. Different schools of Hindu philosophy have interpreted the idea in different ways. Some understand it spiritually, others symbolically, still others philosophically. Yet they all preserve the same beautiful image. Truth is not manufactured, it is discovered. much like a musician discovering a melody that already exists within silence. Imagine an old radio resting upon a wooden table. For hours it produces only gentle static. Then, with the smallest adjustment of its dial, music suddenly emerges. The music was not created by the radio. It was already present as invisible waves moving through the air. The instrument merely became finely tuned enough to receive them. Many traditional teachers have used similar metaphors to describe the mind of the rishi. The disciplined mind becomes clear, steady, undisturbed, and in that clarity, profound insight becomes possible. Whether one understands this spiritually or psychologically, the symbolism remains remarkably elegant. The clearer the instrument, the more faithfully it reflects reality. The daily life of these sages was surprisingly simple. They rose before sunrise. They bathed in rivers whose waters reflected the first golden light of dawn. Sacred fires were tended with quiet devotion. Students gathered beneath trees, while their teachers recited verses that had already been passed down through countless generations. There were long periods of silence, meditation, observation, study, discussion. Nature itself served as the classroom. The changing seasons became lessons in impermanence. The flowing river demonstrated continuity within change. The open sky became a reminder of spacious awareness. Even the smallest seed held philosophical meaning. The forest was not separate from learning. It was the teacher. Among these remarkable figures, certain names continue to echo through history. Vasistha, renowned for his profound wisdom and patient guidance. Vishvamitra, whose extraordinary journey from king to sage became one of transformation through perseverance. Yajnavalkya, whose fearless philosophical dialogues in the Upanishads still inspire seekers today. Gargi Vachaknavi, one of the most brilliant women philosophers of the ancient world, who boldly questioned Yajnavalkya about the very nature of reality before an assembly of learned scholars. Maitreya, whose conversations concerning immortality and the self remain among the most profound passages in all of Indian philosophy. These individuals were not remembered merely because they accumulated information. They were remembered because they asked extraordinary questions, questions that still resonate thousands of years later. One particularly beautiful dialogue appears in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. Gargi rises before an assembly of sages and asks Yajnavalkya a series of increasingly profound questions. She asks what supports the earth, then what supports the heavens, then what supports everything beyond the heavens. Her inquiry continues deeper and deeper until she finally asks about the ultimate foundation of reality itself. The dialogue is remarkable not only for its philosophical depth, but also because it reminds us that the search for truth welcomed sincere inquiry. The ancient tradition preserved questions alongside answers. Curiosity itself became sacred. Another unforgettable conversation occurs between Maitreya and her husband, Yajnavalkya. Preparing to leave worldly life behind, he offers to divide his possessions. But Maitreya asks something astonishing. If this whole earth filled with wealth belonged to me, she wonders, would it make me immortal? Yajnavalkya gently replies that wealth may provide comfort, but it cannot grant immortality. So Maitreya asks instead for that knowledge which leads to what is eternal. It is a deeply human moment. Faced with a choice between possessions and wisdom, she chooses understanding. The Upanishad quietly suggests that some treasures cannot be measured in gold. Centuries later, modern science would develop a very different path toward knowledge. Observation, experiment, measurement, replication, peer review. These methods transformed humanity's understanding of the natural world. The rishis followed another path. They observed consciousness itself, not through instruments of metal and glass, but through disciplined attention, years of meditation, ethical living, careful reflection. Their laboratory was the mind. Their instrument was awareness. The goals of these approaches are different, and they should not be confused. Yet both traditions value patience, precision, humility before mystery, and the willingness to revise one's understanding through deeper inquiry. Perhaps this is why the rishis continue to fascinate people across the world. Whether viewed as enlightened mystics, profound philosophers, inspired poets, or symbolic figures representing humanity's search for wisdom, they embody a timeless aspiration to understand reality not through haste, but through careful listening. In today's world, surrounded by constant information and endless distraction, that lesson feels surprisingly modern. Sometimes the deepest insight does not arrive when we gather more noise. Sometimes it appears only after the noise has faded. As the forest around our imaginary hermitage slowly disappears into the gentle darkness once more, the voices of the rishis seem almost to merge with the sounds of the night. The wind moving through ancient leaves, the distant call of birds preparing for dawn, the quiet crackling of a sacred fire. Everything becomes part of a single, peaceful symphony. And perhaps that is exactly how the sages understood the universe. Not as countless separate things competing with one another, but as one great harmony expressing itself through many different forms. This beautiful idea leads naturally to another profound teaching. If the universe is one harmonious whole, what connects every living being within it? The answer offered by the Upanishads is both simple and astonishing. It is the principle known as Brahmanda, the infinite reality that shines through every star, every forest, every river, every living creature, and quietly within ourselves. That is where our journey will continue next. Chapter 13, Brahman, the infinite reality behind every universe. The forest has grown silent once again. The sacred fire burns softly beside the ancient hermitage. Its gentle flames rise and fall with effortless grace, sending tiny sparks upward into the night, where they seem to disappear among the countless stars. As we watch them ascend, another question quietly presents itself. If there are countless universes, if each possesses its own stars, its own worlds, its own Brahma, then what contains them all? What is the foundation beneath every universe? The ancient sages answered with a single word: Brahman. Not a god among other gods, not a ruler sitting somewhere beyond the stars, not a being confined to any place or time, but the limitless reality from which every universe arises, within which every universe exists, and into which every universe ultimately returns. Imagine standing beside the ocean at twilight. The waves roll endlessly toward the shore. Some are small, others rise into magnificent crests before dissolving back into the sea. If we focus only on the waves, they appear separate. One begins, another ends. Each has its own shape, its own movement, its own brief existence. Yet no wave has ever been separate from the ocean. Its entire existence depends upon the sea from which it emerges. The sages often returned to this image. The countless universes are like waves. Brahman is the infinite ocean. Without the ocean, no wave could ever appear. Without Brahman, no universe could ever exist. This simple image carries extraordinary depth. The wave never truly loves the sea. Even while it rises high above the surface, it remains nothing other than water. Likewise, according to the Upanishads, every living being, every planet, every galaxy, every universe remains inseparable from Brahman. The apparent separation belongs to form. The underlying reality remains one. It is a gentle idea, one that encourages not division, but unity. The Mundaka Upanishad offers another beautiful metaphor. It asks us to imagine a great fire. From that single fire, countless sparks leap outward into the darkness. Each spark glows brilliantly for a moment. Each appears independent. Yet every spark carries the same essential nature as the fire from which it came. In the same way, the text suggests all beings emerge from Brahman, not as strangers, not as creations forever separated from their source, but as expressions of one infinite reality. The metaphor does not diminish individuality. Each spark shines in its own unique way, yet its essence remains unchanged. Elsewhere, the Upanishads speak of rivers. Imagine rivers flowing from every corner of the earth. Some rush through mountain valleys. Others wander peacefully across fertile plains. Some carry crystal clear water. Others appear dark with rich soil. Every river has its own name, its own history, its own winding path. Yet when each reaches the ocean, its separate identity quietly dissolves. The waters become one. The Chandogya Upanishad uses this image to illustrate the relationship between individual existence and the infinite. Differences belong to the journey. Unity belongs to the destination. There is something profoundly comforting in this vision. Nothing is truly isolated. Everything belongs. Perhaps this is why the sages so often encouraged compassion. If every living being shares the same deepest reality, then kindness toward another is not merely moral behavior. It becomes recognition. The stranger before you is not ultimately separate. The bird singing in the forest, the deer drinking from the river, the child laughing beneath the summer sky, the old tree whose roots have reached deep into the earth. Each expresses the same infinite source through a different form. The Upanishads gently invite us to see beyond appearance, to recognize the unity hidden beneath diversity. One of the most celebrated declarations in Indian philosophy appears in the Isa Upanishad. It begins with a remarkable statement. All this, whatever moves in this moving world, is enveloped by the divine. The verse does not divide reality into sacred places and ordinary places. Instead, it suggests that existence itself is permeated by the same limitless presence. The mountain is not outside it. The stars are not outside it. Nor is the quiet breath now entering your lungs. Everywhere becomes holy, not because every place looks extraordinary, but because every place participates in the same infinite reality. This perspective profoundly shaped the way many ancient thinkers viewed the universe. Nature was not merely a collection of useful objects. Forests became places of contemplation. Rivers became symbols of life's continuous flow. The rising sun represented awakening. The moon reflected serenity. Even silence itself became meaningful. The world was not separate from spiritual life. It became its greatest teacher. This may explain why so many of the Upanishads unfold not inside temples, but beneath trees, beside rivers, and within peaceful forests. The classroom was creation itself. Modern science approaches unity from a very different direction. physicists have long searched for fundamental principles capable of explaining the diverse forces observed throughout nature. Electricity and magnetism were eventually understood as different aspects of a single electromagnetic interaction. The search continues for deeper unifying descriptions that might connect gravity with quantum physics. This scientific quest is entirely different from the philosophical vision of Brahman. One seeks mathematical explanations. The other explores metaphysical reality. Yet both reveal something deeply human, an intuition that beneath the astonishing diversity of the universe, there may exist an underlying order. Whether expressed through equations or philosophical reflection, the search for unity continues. The sages were careful, however, not to confuse intellectual understanding with direct realization. One may read every scripture, memorize every verse, master every philosophical argument, yet still remain distant from the experience itself. To explain sweetness is not the same as tasting honey. To describe music is not the same as hearing it. Likewise, Brahman could never be fully grasped through words alone. The Upanishads repeatedly return to silence whenever language reaches its limit. The Taittiriya Upanishad beautifully suggests that Brahman is that from which words return, together with the mind, unable to reach it. It is one of the most poetic acknowledgments of the limits of language ever written. Sometimes silence expresses truth more completely than speech. Imagine once more the night sky stretching endlessly above you. Thousands of stars shimmer across the darkness. Each appears separate, yet all belong to one universe. Now, imagine countless universes floating like radiant pearls upon the infinite ocean of existence. Magnificent beyond comprehension. And then imagine that even those countless universes arise within something still greater. Not another place, not another object, but an infinite reality beyond all measurement. That is the direction toward which the sages gently pointed. Not because they claimed to possess every answer, but because they believed reality was far richer than ordinary perception suggests. There is a quiet peace hidden within this philosophy. If every being shares the same deepest source, then existence is not a collection of isolated fragments struggling against one another. It is a vast symphony. Each life becomes a note, each galaxy another melody, each universe another movement within an endless composition whose full beauty no single listener can completely hear. Yet every note belongs, every melody matters. Nothing is truly outside the whole. The stars continue their patient journey across the heavens. The sacred fire beside our forest hermitage burns lower now. Soon only glowing embers will remain. And with the fading light comes another timeless question. If Brahman is infinite, and if every living being is in some mysterious way connected with that infinite reality, why do we experience ourselves as separate? Why do we forget our deeper nature? The sages devoted entire lifetimes to contemplating this mystery. They gave it a name, Maya. Not merely illusion in the ordinary sense, but the mysterious power through which the one appears as many. The infinite appears finite. The eternal appears temporary. It is toward that profound and beautiful idea that our journey now gently turns. Chapter 13. Brahman. The infinite reality behind every universe. The forest has grown silent once again. The sacred fire burns softly beside the ancient hermitage. Its gentle flames rise and fall with effortless grace, sending tiny sparks upward into the night, where they seem to disappear among the countless stars. As we watch them ascend, another question quietly presents itself. If there are countless universes, if each possesses its own stars, its own worlds, its own Brahma, then what contains them all? What is the foundation beneath every universe? The ancient sages answered with a single word: Brahman, not a god among other gods, not a ruler sitting somewhere beyond the stars, not a being confined to any place or time, but the limitless reality from which every universe arises, within which every universe exists, and into which every universe ultimately returns. Imagine standing beside the ocean at twilight. The waves roll endlessly toward the shore. Some are small, others rise into magnificent crests before dissolving back into the sea. If we focus only on the waves, they appear separate. One begins, another ends. Each has its own shape, its own movement, its own brief existence. Yet no wave has ever been separate from the ocean. Its entire existence depends upon the sea from which it emerges. The sages often return to this image. The countless universes are like waves. Brahman is the infinite ocean. Without the ocean, no wave could ever appear. Without Brahman, no universe could ever exist. This simple image carries extraordinary depth. The wave never truly leaves the sea. Even while it rises high above the surface, it remains nothing other than water. Likewise, according to the Upanishads, every living being, every planet, every galaxy, every universe remains inseparable from Brahman. The apparent separation belongs to form. The underlying reality remains one. It is a gentle idea, one that encourages not division, but unity. The Mundaka Upanishad offers another beautiful metaphor. It asks us to imagine a great fire. From that single fire, countless sparks leap outward into the darkness. Each spark glows brilliantly for a moment. Each appears independent. Yet every spark carries the same essential nature as the fire from which it came. In the same way, the text suggests, all beings emerge from Brahman, not as strangers, not as creations forever separated from their source, but as expressions of one infinite reality. The metaphor does not diminish individuality. Each spark shines in its own unique way, yet its essence remains unchanged. Elsewhere, the Upanishads speak of rivers. Imagine rivers flowing from every corner of the earth. Some rush through mountain valleys. Others wander peacefully across fertile plains. Some carry crystal clear water. Others appear dark with rich soil. Every river has its own name, its own history, its own winding path. Yet when each reaches the ocean, its separate identity quietly dissolves. The waters become one. The Chandogya Upanishad uses this image to illustrate the relationship between individual existence and the infinite. Differences belong to the journey. Unity belongs to the destination. There is something profoundly comforting in this vision. Nothing is truly isolated. Everything belongs. Perhaps this is why the sages so often encourage compassion. If every living being shares the same deepest reality, then kindness toward another is not merely moral behavior, it becomes recognition. The stranger before you is not ultimately separate. The bird singing in the forest, the deer drinking from the river, the child laughing beneath the summer sky, the old tree whose roots have reached deep into the earth. Each expresses the same infinite source through a different form. The Upanishads gently invite us to see beyond appearance, to recognize the unity hidden beneath diversity. One of the most celebrated declarations in Indian philosophy appears in the Isa Upanishad. It begins with a remarkable statement. All this, whatever moves in this moving world, is enveloped by the divine. The verse does not divide reality into sacred places and ordinary places. Instead, it suggests that existence itself is permeated by the same limitless presence. The mountain is not outside it. The stars are not outside it. Nor is the quiet breath now entering your lungs. Everywhere becomes holy. Not because every place looks extraordinary, but because every place participates in the same infinite reality. This perspective profoundly shaped the way many ancient thinkers viewed the universe. Nature was not merely a collection of useful objects. Forests became places of contemplation. Rivers became symbols of life's continuous flow. The rising sun represented awakening. The moon reflected serenity. Even silence itself became meaningful. The world was not separate from spiritual life. It became its greatest teacher. This may explain why so many of the Upanishads unfold not inside temples, but beneath trees, beside rivers, and within peaceful forests. The classroom was creation itself. Modern science approaches unity from a very different direction. Physicists have long searched for fundamental principles capable of explaining the diverse forces observed throughout nature. Electricity and magnetism were eventually understood as different aspects of a single electromagnetic interaction. The search continues for deeper unifying descriptions that might connect gravity with quantum physics. This scientific quest is entirely different from the philosophical vision of Brahman. One seeks mathematical explanations. The other explores metaphysical reality. Yet both reveal something deeply human. An intuition that beneath the astonishing diversity of the universe, there may exist an underlying order. Whether expressed through equations or philosophical reflection, the search for unity continues. The sages were careful, however, not to confuse intellectual understanding with direct realization. One may read every scripture, memorize every verse, master every philosophical argument, yet still remain distant from the experience itself. To explain sweetness is not the same as tasting honey. To describe music is not the same as hearing it. Likewise, Brahman could never be fully grasped through words alone. The Upanishads repeatedly return to silence whenever language reaches its limit. The Taittiriya Upanishad beautifully suggests that Brahman is that from which words return, together with the mind, unable to reach it. It is one of the most poetic acknowledgments of the limits of language ever written. Sometimes silence expresses truth more completely than speech. Imagine once more the night sky stretching endlessly above you. Thousands of stars shimmer across the darkness. Each appears separate, yet all belong to one universe. Now imagine countless universes floating like radiant pearls upon the infinite ocean of existence, magnificent beyond comprehension. And then imagine that even those countless universes arise within something still greater. Not another place, not another object, but an infinite reality beyond all measurement. That is the direction toward which the sages gently pointed. Not because they claimed to possess every answer, but because they believed reality was far richer than ordinary perception suggests. There is a quiet peace hidden within this philosophy. If every being shares the same deepest source, then existence is not a collection of isolated fragments struggling against one another. It is a vast symphony. Each life becomes a note, each galaxy another melody, each universe another movement within an endless composition whose full beauty no single listener can completely hear. Yet every note belongs, every melody matters. Nothing is truly outside the whole. The stars continue their patient journey across the heavens. The sacred fire beside our forest hermitage burns lower now. Soon, only glowing embers will remain. And with the fading light comes another timeless question. If Brahman is infinite, and if every living being is, in some mysterious way, connected with that infinite reality, why do we experience ourselves as separate? Why do we forget our deeper nature? The sages devoted entire lifetimes to contemplating this mystery. They gave it a name. Maya, not merely illusion in the ordinary sense, but the mysterious power through which the one appears as many. The infinite appears finite. The eternal appears temporary. It is toward that profound and beautiful idea that our journey now gently turns. Chapter 14, Maya. Why the infinite appears as many. The sacred fire has almost become a bed of glowing embers. Their warm light flickers gently beneath the ancient trees, while above them the stars continue their endless procession across the night. Everything appears separate. Each ember burns with its own quiet glow. Each star occupies its own place in the heavens. Each tree stretches its branches toward a different patch of sky. And yet, the sages asked a question that has echoed through Indian philosophy for thousands of years. What if this separateness is not the whole story? What if diversity is real? Yet beneath it lies a deeper unity we rarely perceive. To explore that mystery, they introduced one of the most profound and often misunderstood ideas in all of the Vedas and the Upanishads. They called it Maya. The word Maya is frequently translated as illusion. Yet that translation, while convenient, can sometimes be misleading. When many people hear the word illusion, they imagine something completely false. Like a magician's trick, a mirage that disappears when examined closely. But the sages usually meant something far more subtle. The world is not necessarily unreal. It is experienced incompletely. Maya is not simply deception. It is the mysterious power through which the infinite appears as the finite, through which unity appears as multiplicity, through which the eternal expresses itself as countless changing forms. The world is real as experience. Yet, according to the sages, it does not reveal the whole of reality. Imagine watching the moon reflected upon a perfectly calm lake. The reflection is beautiful. It shimmers gently with every ripple. You can clearly see its shape, its silver glow, its quiet elegance. Yet the reflection is not the moon itself, nor is it entirely separate from the moon. It depends completely upon the original. The sages often used images like this. The world resembles the reflection. Beautiful, meaningful, worth appreciating, yet pointing beyond itself toward something deeper. The mistake is not seeing the reflection. The mistake is believing the reflection is all that exists. Another beloved image appears again and again throughout Indian philosophy. Imagine walking through a forest just after sunset. The light has almost disappeared. Along the path lies a long, coiled object. For a brief moment, you believe it is a snake. Your heart beats faster. Your breathing changes. Fear rises instantly. Then someone lights a small lamp. The mysterious snake is revealed to be nothing more than a rope. Notice what happened. The rope never changed. only perception changed. The fear felt completely real. The experience itself was genuine. Yet it arose from incomplete understanding. Many teachers used this simple story to explain Maya. Reality remains what it always is. Only our interpretation shifts. Knowledge does not create truth. It reveals what was already present. Pause for a moment and imagine the sky at sunset. The clouds become crimson, then gold, then deep violet. Has the sky itself changed color? Or is it our perspective, shaped by the movement of sunlight through the atmosphere? Nature constantly reminds us that appearance depends upon conditions. A straight stick appears bent beneath water. The sun seems to rise and set, though we now understand that Earth rotates upon its axis. Stars appear tiny, though many are vastly larger than our own sun. Experience is valuable. Yet appearances do not always tell the complete story. The sages extended this observation beyond nature itself. Perhaps the mind also interprets reality through its own limitations. One of the most influential philosophers in the history of Indian thought, Adi Shankaracharya, explored this idea with extraordinary depth. Writing in the 8th century, he taught that Maya does not mean the universe is meaningless or imaginary. Rather, it means that ordinary perception mistakes temporary forms for ultimate reality. Just as waves arise upon the ocean, individual beings appear within Brahman. The waves are not separate from water. Yet while watching them, we often forget the ocean itself. Shankara repeatedly encouraged seekers to look beyond changing appearances toward that which remains constant. His philosophy became known as Advaita Vedanta, the teaching of non-duality. Not because diversity disappears, but because diversity ultimately rests upon unity. There is another beautiful metaphor preserved within the tradition. Imagine a necklace made entirely of pearls. Each pearl differs slightly. Some are larger, some shine more brightly, some catch the light from different angles, yet all are held together by a thread hidden from view. Without the thread, the necklace falls apart. The thread itself remains almost invisible. Brahman, many teachers suggested, is like that unseen thread. The countless beings of the universe resemble the pearls. We notice the individual forms. We often overlook the invisible reality connecting them all. Yet without that hidden unity, nothing could remain together. Modern psychology offers an interesting perspective that, while different from Vedantic philosophy, also reminds us that human perception is selective. Our brains constantly organize enormous amounts of information. We focus upon certain details, while unconsciously ignoring countless others. Optical illusions reveal how easily perception can be influenced. Two people may witness the same event, yet remember it differently. Expectations shape experience. Attention shapes awareness. The sages would likely have found these observations unsurprising. For thousands of years, they had suggested that ordinary perception reveals only part of reality. The goals of psychology and Vedanta are different. One studies cognition through scientific investigation. The other explores liberation through philosophical and spiritual inquiry. Yet both acknowledge that what we perceive is not always the complete picture. Perhaps this explains why meditation occupies such a central place within so many Indian traditions. Its purpose is not to escape the world, nor to reject the beauty of life. Instead, meditation gently quiets the constant movement of the mind. Imagine once more that peaceful lake beneath the moon. When the wind ceases, the water becomes perfectly still. the reflection grows astonishingly clear. Likewise, when the mind settles, the sages believed that reality begins to reveal itself with greater clarity. Nothing new is added. Nothing is manufactured. Only distortion gradually falls away. There is something deeply comforting about this vision. If Maya is the veil through which we perceive reality, then confusion is not a permanent condition. It can be gently lifted, not through force, not through argument, but through patient understanding, much like the first rays of dawn quietly dissolving the darkness of night. The darkness does not fight the sunrise. It simply fades. Wisdom arrives in much the same way, quietly, almost unnoticed, until one suddenly realizes that the landscape has become illuminated. The Upanishads often remind us that every human being carries this possibility. One need not withdraw forever into distant forests. One need not abandon ordinary life. Rather, every moment becomes an opportunity to observe, to notice thoughts without becoming trapped by them, to appreciate the beauty of the changing world while remembering that change itself is not the deepest reality. This balance gives Vedantic philosophy its remarkable serenity. It neither rejects the world nor clings desperately to it. It invites participation without attachment, wonder without possession, presence without fear. As we continue our gentle journey through the ancient vision of the cosmos, another realization begins to emerge. If the universe is a vast unfolding of consciousness, if countless worlds arise and dissolve like waves upon an infinite ocean, if Brahman is the unseen unity behind every form, and if Maya is the veil that makes the one appear as many, then perhaps the greatest discoveries were never intended merely to describe the outer universe. Perhaps they were invitations to transform the one who is asking the questions. The sages believed that true knowledge was never complete until it changed the heart as well as the mind. That is why philosophy and daily living were never separate paths. They were one journey. The embers beside our forest hermitage now glow softly beneath a sky overflowing with stars. The wind has become almost perfectly still. Somewhere nearby, a river continues its endless song, flowing toward an ocean it has never seen, yet somehow always knows. And perhaps we are not so different. Each of us is traveling toward a reality we cannot fully describe, drawn by a quiet intuition that there is always something deeper beyond the visible horizon. In our next chapter, we shall discover how that intuition shaped one of the most extraordinary ideas in all of Indian thought: the relationship between the individual soul, known as Atman, and the infinite reality called Brahman. The sages expressed this relationship in just 4 words. Words so simple that a child can remember them, yet so profound that philosophers have contemplated them for more than 2,000 years. Tat Tvam Asi. You are that. It is there, in those 4 quiet words, that another chapter of our journey begins. Chapter 15. Tat Tvam Asi. The secret that connects every soul to the infinite. The night has become extraordinarily quiet. The forest rests beneath a sky overflowing with stars. The river continues its gentle journey toward the unseen ocean, asking for nothing, resisting nothing. Somewhere in the distance, an owl calls only once before silence returns. The ancient fire beside the hermitage has almost disappeared now. Only a few glowing embers remain, quietly releasing their warmth into the cool night air. It is in moments like these, when the world becomes still, that the oldest wisdom often speaks the clearest. Throughout our journey, we have traveled across immense ideas. We have wandered through the 14 Lokas. We have watched universes emerge from the cosmic ocean. We have followed the endless cycles of Yugas and Kalpas. We have contemplated infinite Brahmandas floating through eternity. We have reflected upon Brahman, the limitless reality beyond all forms, and we have explored Maya, the mysterious veil that makes the one appear as many. Now the sages invite us to ask perhaps the most personal question of all. If Brahman is infinite, if everything arises from that infinite reality, then what am I? Am I merely this body? Merely these thoughts? Merely the memories collected across one brief lifetime? Or is there something far deeper, quietly living within every human being? The Upanishads answer with astonishing simplicity. Tattvamasi. You are that. These 3 Sanskrit words are among the most celebrated teachings in all of Indian philosophy. They appear in the Chandogya Upanishad, where the sage Uddalaka Aruni gently instructs his son Shvetaketu. The young student has returned home after many years of education. He has mastered language, memorized sacred verses, learned philosophy. Yet his father notices something. His son possesses knowledge, but not yet wisdom. So rather than delivering a lecture, Uddalaka begins asking simple questions drawn from everyday life. Questions that slowly open the doorway toward something much greater. One morning, the father asks his son to bring him the fruit of a great banyan tree. Shvetaketu places it before him. "Break it open," the father says. The son obeys. "What do you see?" "Many tiny seeds." "Break one of the seeds." Again the son obeys. "What do you see now?" "Nothing. Nothing visible. Nothing remarkable. Only emptiness." Yet the father smiles. From that invisible essence, an enormous tree emerges. Its vast trunk, its countless branches, its millions of leaves, its roots reaching deep beneath the earth. Everything already exists in potential, within what appears to be almost nothing. Then Uddalaka quietly speaks the words that have echoed through history. Tat Tvam Asi. You are that. The lesson is beautifully gentle, just as the invisible essence of the seed gives rise to the mighty tree. The deepest essence within every living being is connected to the infinite source of existence itself. The teaching does not suggest that the ordinary personality becomes the entire universe. Rather, it points toward something more subtle, the deepest reality of the individual. The Atman is not separate from the deepest reality of existence, Brahman. Different forms, one essence, different waves, one ocean. To help his son understand further, Uddalaka performs another simple experiment. He places salt into a bowl of water. Leave it until tomorrow. The next morning he asks Shvetaketu to retrieve the salt. The son cannot. It is completely dissolved. Then taste the water from the top. It is salty. Taste from the middle. It is salty. Now from the bottom. It is salty. The salt cannot be seen, yet its presence fills every part of the water. So too, the father explains, the self cannot always be seen with the eyes, yet it is present everywhere. Again he repeats, Tattvam Asi. You are that. Perhaps this is one of the reasons these teachings have endured for thousands of years. They do not rely upon complicated mathematics, nor do they require elaborate ceremonies. Instead, they use seeds, water, trees, everyday experiences. Nature becomes the language of philosophy. The ordinary world quietly reveals extraordinary truths. the universe itself becomes a teacher. Imagine standing beside the ocean at sunrise. Thousands of waves move toward the shore. Some are tall, some small, some disappear almost immediately. Others travel great distances before gently dissolving. If each wave could think, perhaps it would imagine itself entirely separate from every other wave. It might compare its height, its speed, its beauty. Yet from the perspective of the ocean, no wave has ever truly been separate. Every wave is water. The sages often returned to this image. Human beings resemble the waves. Brahman is the ocean. Individuality belongs to form. Unity belongs to essence. This vision carries profound ethical implications. If every living being shares the same deepest reality, then compassion is no longer merely a moral rule. It becomes an expression of understanding. Hurting another ultimately means hurting a being who shares the same infinite source. Helping another becomes an act of recognizing oneself in a different form. The Upanishads gently transform ethics into insight. Kindness arises naturally when separation begins to soften. Many centuries later, philosophers around the world would ask similar questions in different ways. What is personal identity? What makes someone the same person throughout a lifetime? Our bodies continually change. Our memories evolve. Our personalities mature. Yet most people experience a continuing sense of I. Modern philosophy and neuroscience continue exploring these questions from their own perspectives. The Upanishads approached them differently. Rather than beginning with the changing personality, they began with awareness itself. That silent witness we explored in the previous chapter. The witness does not age. It simply observes. The body changes. Thoughts change. Emotions come and go. Awareness quietly remains. This does not mean every school of Hindu philosophy interprets these teachings identically. Some traditions emphasize complete unity between Atman and Brahman. Others preserve a distinction while affirming profound relationship. The richness of Indian philosophy lies partly in this diversity of interpretation. Across centuries, scholars debated these ideas with remarkable sophistication. Agreement was not always expected. The search itself became an expression of devotion to truth. Modern science, of course, approaches these questions through very different methods. Neuroscience studies the brain. Psychology explores cognition and behavior. Philosophy analyzes concepts of identity and consciousness. None of these disciplines attempts to prove or disprove the metaphysical claim expressed in Tattvam Asi. The Upanishadic teaching belongs to a spiritual and philosophical tradition rather than an empirical scientific one. Yet many people continue to find the phrase meaningful because it invites reflection rather than demanding unquestioning acceptance. It asks us to consider whether our ordinary sense of separation tells the entire story of existence. Perhaps the greatest beauty of this teaching is its simplicity. The sages could have filled libraries with arguments. Instead, they offered 4 quiet words. Tattvam Asi. You are that. Not tomorrow. Not after becoming perfect. Not after acquiring great wealth or knowledge. But at the deepest level of being. Already. The journey is not about becoming something new. It is about remembering what has always been true beneath the changing waves of experience. As you continue resting beneath this ancient sky, allow these words to settle gently into your thoughts. Not as something to solve tonight, not as a puzzle requiring immediate answers, but as a quiet invitation. an invitation to see the stars a little differently, to see other people a little differently, perhaps even to see yourself a little differently. For the sages believed that the greatest transformation does not happen through discovering a new world. It happens through discovering the infinite already shining within the one who is looking. The embers beside the hermitage have almost faded into darkness. Soon dawn will begin its slow approach beyond the eastern horizon. Yet before the first birds greet the morning, one final mystery remains. If consciousness is fundamental, if the universe unfolds through endless cycles, if reality is ultimately one, then how should a human being live? How can these immense cosmic ideas become part of ordinary life? The Bhagavad Gita offers one of the most beautiful answers ever written. It does not ask us to escape the world. It teaches us how to live within it, with wisdom, balance, compassion, and peace. That is where our journey will continue in the next chapter. Chapter 15. Tattvam Asi, the secret, that connects every soul to the infinite. The night has become extraordinarily quiet. The forest rests beneath a sky overflowing with stars. The river continues its gentle journey toward the unseen ocean, asking for nothing, resisting nothing. Somewhere in the distance, an owl calls only once before silence returns. The ancient fire beside the hermitage has almost disappeared now. Only a few glowing embers remain, quietly releasing their warmth into the cool night air. It is in moments like these, when the world becomes still, that the oldest wisdom often speaks the clearest. Throughout our journey, we have traveled across immense ideas. We have wandered through the 14 Lokas. We have watched universes emerge from the cosmic ocean. We have followed the endless cycles of Yugas and Kalpas. We have contemplated infinite Brahmandas floating through eternity. We have reflected upon Brahman, the limitless reality beyond all forms. And we have explored Maya, the mysterious veil that makes the one appear as many. Now the sages invite us to ask perhaps the most personal question of all. If Brahman is infinite, if everything arises from that infinite reality, then what am I? Am I merely this body? Merely these thoughts? Merely the memories collected across one brief lifetime? Or is there something far deeper, quietly living within every human being? The Upanishads answer with astonishing simplicity. Tat Tvam Asi. You are that. These 3 Sanskrit words are among the most celebrated teachings in all of Indian philosophy. They appear in the Chandogya Upanishad, where the sage Udalaka Aruni gently instructs his son, Shvetaketu. The young student has returned home after many years of education. He has mastered language, memorized sacred verses, learned philosophy. Yet his father notices something. His son possesses knowledge, but not yet wisdom. So rather than delivering a lecture, Udalaka begins asking simple questions drawn from everyday life. Questions that slowly open the doorway toward something much greater. One morning, the father asks his son to bring him the fruit of a great banyan tree. Shvetaketu places it before him. "Break it open," the father says. The son obeys. "What do you see?" "Many tiny seeds." "Break one of the seeds." Again, the son obeys. "What do you see now?" "Nothing. Nothing visible. Nothing remarkable. Only emptiness." Yet the father smiles. From that invisible essence, an enormous tree emerges. Its vast trunk, its countless branches, its millions of leaves, its roots reaching deep beneath the earth. Everything already exists in potential, within what appears to be almost nothing. Then Uddalaka quietly speaks the words that have echoed through history. Tat tvam asi. You are that. The lesson is beautifully gentle. Just as the invisible essence of the seed gives rise to the mighty tree, the deepest essence within every living being is connected to the infinite source of existence itself. The teaching does not suggest that the ordinary personality becomes the entire universe. Rather, it points toward something more subtle. The deepest reality of the individual, the Atman, is not separate from the deepest reality of existence. Brahman, different forms. One essence, different waves, one ocean. To help his son understand further, Uddalaka performs another simple experiment. He places salt into a bowl of water. Leave it until tomorrow. The next morning he asks Shvetakatu to retrieve the salt. The son cannot. It is completely dissolved. Then taste the water from the top. It is salty. Taste from the middle. It is salty. Now from the bottom. It is salty. The salt cannot be seen, yet its presence fills every part of the water. So too, the father explains, the self cannot always be seen with the eyes, yet it is present everywhere. Again he repeats, Tattvam asi. You are that. Perhaps this is one of the reasons these teachings have endured for thousands of years. They do not rely upon complicated mathematics, nor do they require elaborate ceremonies. Instead, they use seeds, water, trees, everyday experiences. Nature becomes the language of philosophy. The ordinary world quietly reveals extraordinary truths. The universe itself becomes a teacher. Imagine standing beside the ocean at sunrise. Thousands of waves move toward the shore. Some are tall, some small. Some disappear almost immediately. Others travel great distances before gently dissolving. If each wave could think, perhaps it would imagine itself entirely separate from every other wave. It might compare its height, its speed, its beauty. Yet from the perspective of the ocean, no wave has ever truly been separate. Every wave is water. The sages often returned to this image. Human beings resemble the waves. Brahman is the ocean. Individuality belongs to form. Unity belongs to essence. This vision carries profound ethical implications. If every living being shares the same deepest reality, then compassion is no longer merely a moral rule. It becomes an expression of understanding. Hurting another ultimately means hurting a being who shares the same infinite source. Helping another becomes an act of recognizing oneself in a different form. The Upanishads gently transform ethics into insight. Kindness arises naturally when separation begins to soften. Many centuries later, philosophers around the world would ask similar questions in different ways. What is personal identity? What makes someone the same person throughout a lifetime? Our bodies continually change. Our memories evolve. Our personalities mature. Yet most people experience a continuing sense of I. Modern philosophy and neuroscience continue exploring these questions from their own perspectives. The Upanishads approached them differently. Rather than beginning with the changing personality, they began with awareness itself. That silent witness we explored in the previous chapter. The witness does not age. It simply observes. The body changes. Thoughts change. Emotions come and go. Awareness quietly remains. This does not mean every school of Hindu philosophy interprets these teachings identically. Some traditions emphasize complete unity between Atman and Brahman. Others preserve a distinction while affirming profound relationship. The richness of Indian philosophy lies partly in this diversity of interpretation. Across centuries, scholars debated these ideas with remarkable sophistication. Agreement was not always expected. The search itself became an expression of devotion to truth. Modern science, of course, approaches these questions through very different methods. Neuroscience studies the brain. Psychology explores cognition and behavior. Philosophy analyzes concepts of identity and consciousness. None of these disciplines attempts to prove or disprove the metaphysical claim expressed in Tat Tvam Asi. The Upanishadic teaching belongs to a spiritual and philosophical tradition rather than an empirical scientific one. Yet many people continue to find the phrase meaningful because it invites reflection rather than demanding unquestioning acceptance. It asks us to consider whether our ordinary sense of separation tells the entire story of existence. Perhaps the greatest beauty of this teaching is its simplicity. The sages could have filled libraries with arguments. Instead, they offered 4 quiet words. Tat Tvam Asi. You are that. Not tomorrow. Not after becoming perfect. Not after acquiring great wealth or knowledge. But at the deepest level of being, already. The journey is not about becoming something new. It is about remembering what has always been true beneath the changing waves of experience. As you continue resting beneath this ancient sky, allow these words to settle gently into your thoughts, not as something to solve tonight, not as a puzzle requiring immediate answers, but as a quiet invitation, an invitation to see the stars a little differently, to see other people a little differently, perhaps even to see yourself a little differently. For the sages believed that the greatest transformation does not happen through discovering a new world. It happens through discovering the infinite, already shining within the one who is looking. The embers beside the hermitage have almost faded into darkness. Soon dawn will begin its slow approach beyond the eastern horizon. Yet before the first birds greet the morning, one final mystery remains. If consciousness is fundamental, if the universe unfolds through endless cycles, if reality is ultimately one, then how should a human being live? How can these immense cosmic ideas become part of ordinary life? The Bhagavad Gita offers one of the most beautiful answers ever written. It does not ask us to escape the world. It teaches us how to live within it, with wisdom, balance, compassion, and peace. That is where our journey will continue in the next chapter. Chapter 16. Living the Infinite. What the Bhagavad Gita teaches about the cosmos and daily life. The eastern horizon is still dark. Dawn has not yet arrived. Yet the air has begun to change. There is a quiet freshness that appears only in the hours before sunrise. The stars still shine above us. But somewhere beyond the distant hills, the first light is already preparing to greet the world. It is a beautiful moment to ask one final question. After all we have explored, the 14 Lokas, the immeasurable cycles of time, the countless Brahmandas, the infinite reality of Brahman, the mysterious veil of Maya, the eternal self hidden within every being. What difference do these ideas make to ordinary life? How should someone live after contemplating such immense truths? The ancient sages eventually turned to one remarkable text for guidance: the Bhagavad Gita. Unlike many philosophical works, the Bhagavad Gita does not unfold inside a peaceful forest hermitage. It begins upon a battlefield. Their armies stand facing one another. Conches have sounded. War is moments away. The warrior Arjuna, one of history's greatest archers, suddenly becomes overwhelmed. He looks across the battlefield and recognizes familiar faces. Teachers who once guided him, friends he grew up beside, members of his own family. His courage dissolves into sorrow. His bow slips from his hands. His mind fills with confusion. He no longer knows what is right. Perhaps this setting surprises us. After spending so much time beneath quiet forests and star-filled skies, why would one of India's greatest spiritual texts begin amid conflict? The answer is quietly profound. Because wisdom is not meant only for moments of perfect peace. It is meant for moments when life becomes difficult. Standing beside Arjuna is Lord Krishna, not merely as a charioteer, but as a guide, a teacher, a friend. Over the course of 18 chapters, Krishna gently transforms Arjuna's understanding, not only of duty, but of life itself. Again and again, he lifts Arjuna's attention from the temporary toward the eternal, from fear toward understanding, from confusion toward clarity. The battlefield becomes a symbol, not only of war, but of the inner struggles every human being eventually faces. We all encounter moments when the right path seems hidden, when uncertainty clouds the mind, when fear whispers louder than wisdom. The Gita speaks directly to those moments. One of Krishna's first teachings echoes everything we have explored throughout this journey. He reminds Arjuna that the deepest self cannot be destroyed. Bodies are born, bodies grow old, bodies eventually return to the elements, but the Atman remains untouched. Krishna says that just as a person discards worn-out garments and puts on new ones, the self leaves one body and takes another. Whether one interprets this literally, symbolically, or philosophically, the teaching carries remarkable serenity. The deepest reality of who we are is not limited to what changes. The eternal cannot be harmed by the temporary. Like the open sky behind passing clouds, it remains. Imagine once more the stars above us. For thousands of years, they have watched civilizations rise and disappear. Empires have flourished beneath them. Languages have been born. Mountains have changed. Rivers have altered their course. Yet the stars continue their silent journey. The Gita invites us to discover something equally steady within ourselves. Not cold indifference, not emotional distance, but inner stability. The ability to remain peaceful even while life itself continues changing. Another of Krishna's most celebrated teachings concerns action. Human beings, he explains, possess control over their actions, but not over every result those actions may produce. This simple idea has comforted countless generations. Imagine planting a seed. You prepare the soil. You water it faithfully. You protect it from harm. Yet whether rain arrives, whether the season remains favorable, whether the seed ultimately blossoms, depends upon many causes beyond your control. Your responsibility is the planting, not the weather. The sages saw tremendous freedom in this understanding. Do your work with sincerity. Offer your best effort. Then gently release attachment to the outcome. This teaching is known as karma yoga. It is often misunderstood. It does not mean becoming passive, nor does it suggest that results are unimportant. Rather, it encourages wholehearted action without becoming imprisoned by anxiety over what cannot be controlled. Imagine a musician playing a beautiful melody. If the musician constantly worries about applause, the music suffers. But when attention rests entirely upon the music itself, something extraordinary happens. Action becomes effortless. Joy returns. The Gita invites us to live in this spirit, not because success is guaranteed, but because peace becomes possible. Earlier in our journey, we explored the immense cycles of cosmic time. Against billions of years, a single human life seems astonishingly brief. The Bhagavad Gita gently reminds us that brevity does not diminish significance. A single candle may burn for only one evening, yet it transforms the darkness around it. Likewise, one compassionate act, one honest conversation, one moment of forgiveness may influence lives far beyond anything we can measure. The greatness of life is not determined by its length, but by the quality of awareness brought into each moment. At one point in the dialogue, Krishna reveals what tradition calls the Vishvarupa, the universal form. Arjuna is granted a vision unlike anything he has ever imagined. He sees countless worlds, countless beings, the movements of time itself, creation and dissolution unfolding together within one immeasurable reality. The description is among the most awe-inspiring passages in world literature. The vision is symbolic and theological, expressing Krishna's divine nature within the text. It is not presented as a scientific description of the universe. Rather, it expands Arjuna's understanding beyond the limits of ordinary perception. The message is unmistakable. Reality is vastly greater than the human mind ordinarily comprehends. Humility naturally follows such a vision. Modern astronomy evokes a similar feeling through very different means. Photographs from powerful telescopes reveal galaxies whose light has traveled for billions of years. Tiny points of light become immense spiral systems containing hundreds of billions of stars. Every new observation reminds us how small our planet truly is within the observable universe. Science and the Gita approach this sense of vastness differently. One through observation, the other through sacred vision. Yet both often awaken the same response: wonder, humility, gratitude. The Gita also speaks beautifully about balance. Krishna advises moderation in eating, moderation in sleep, moderation in work, moderation in rest, even spiritual practice. He suggests flourishes best when guided by harmony rather than excess. This quiet wisdom feels remarkably timeless. Nature itself teaches moderation. The seasons do not hurry. The rivers do not force themselves toward the sea. The moon neither rushes nor delays its phases. Everything unfolds according to rhythm. Perhaps peace grows in much the same way, patiently, steadily, without strain. As our long journey through Vedic cosmology begins drawing toward its final chapters, something remarkable becomes clear. The ancient sages were never interested only in describing the universe. They wished to transform the observer. Knowledge that merely fills the mind was never considered complete. True wisdom softens the heart, expands compassion, deepens humility, brings serenity into ordinary moments. The stars overhead become more than distant suns. They become reminders. The rivers become teachers. The forests become companions. The universe itself becomes a sacred text waiting quietly to be read. Perhaps that is why these teachings have survived for so many centuries. Not because every question has been answered, but because the questions themselves remain alive. Who are we? What is consciousness? What is our place within this immense universe? How should we live? Every generation asks them again. Every generation listens for its own answers beneath the same timeless sky The first light of dawn is now almost touching the horizon. The stars slowly begin surrendering to morning. Our long night of contemplation is gently approaching its final destination. Yet one last mystery remains. We have explored what the ancient sages imagined. We have reflected upon what modern science investigates. Now it is time to ask the question that inspired this entire journey. Did the Vedas truly know about multiple universes? What exactly do the ancient texts say? What has modern physics actually discovered? And where do careful comparison, honest scholarship, and genuine wonder meet? That final reflection awaits us in the next chapter, where the ancient wisdom of the Vedas and the questions of modern cosmology come together beneath the light of a new dawn. Chapter 17. Did the Vedas really predict the multiverse? A thoughtful reflection. The first light of dawn now rests gently upon the horizon. The stars have not disappeared. They are simply hidden by the growing brightness of the morning sky. It is a fitting image for the final stage of our journey. Throughout this night, we have wandered through the vast landscapes of Vedic cosmology. We have explored the 14 Lokas. We have stood beside the cosmic ocean. We have watched Brahma awaken upon the lotus. We have traveled through billions of years contained within a single day of Brahma. We have contemplated countless universes floating through eternity. And along the way, we have occasionally paused beside modern science, noticing moments where ancient imagination and contemporary cosmology seem to ask surprisingly similar questions. Now comes, perhaps, the most important chapter of all, not because it introduces a new idea, but because it asks us to think carefully. The title of our journey suggested something extraordinary, that the Vedas spoke of infinite universes thousands of years before physicists began discussing the possibility of a multiverse. It is a fascinating claim. But thoughtful exploration requires something more valuable than excitement. It requires honesty. The ancient sages themselves respected careful inquiry. So let us ask the question exactly as they might have wished. What do the texts actually say? And what do they not say? The Vedas, together with later texts such as the Upanishads and Puranas, unquestionably describe a universe far larger than everyday human experience. They speak of multiple lokas. They describe immense cycles of time extending across billions of years. Several Puranic passages portray countless Brahmandas emerging within the infinite. These ideas are genuinely present within the tradition. They are not modern inventions, nor are they interpretations created only after 20th century science. The imagination of ancient India was astonishingly expansive. Long before telescopes revealed distant galaxies, the sages were already inviting people to think beyond a single world. That alone is remarkable. At the same time, we should notice something equally important. The ancient texts do not describe a multiverse in the scientific sense used by modern cosmologists. They contain no equations describing cosmic inflation, no measurements of quantum fluctuations, no mathematical models of bubble universes, nor were they attempting to solve the physical problems that motivate present-day theoretical physics. Their purpose was different. They sought to answer philosophical questions. What is consciousness? What is reality? What is the relationship between humanity and the cosmos? How should one live? The universe described in the scriptures is simultaneously cosmological, symbolic, ethical, and spiritual. It speaks to the whole human experience, not only to physical measurement. Modern science follows another path entirely. When physicists discuss the possibility of multiple universes, they do so because certain mathematical models suggest that such realities could exist. Ideas such as eternal inflation, aspects of string theory, and some interpretations of quantum mechanics have led researchers to explore multiverse hypotheses. Yet it is important to remember that these remain active areas of research. No direct observational evidence has confirmed the existence of other universes. Scientists themselves continue debating whether such hypotheses can ever be experimentally tested. Curiosity remains alive. Certainty does not. That distinction matters. So where does the true connection between the Vedic worldview and modern science actually lie? Perhaps not in proving one another, but in expanding the human imagination. Thousands of years ago, the sages refused to believe that reality ended at the edge of ordinary perception. Today, modern cosmology continues pushing beyond familiar boundaries. Each new telescope reveals larger structures. Each new theory asks deeper questions. Each generation discovers that the universe is stranger than previously imagined. The methods differ profoundly, yet both traditions share an important quality: intellectual humility, the willingness to admit that reality is greater than current understanding. Imagine two travelers climbing opposite sides of a great mountain. One studies the rocks, measures the elevation, maps every valley with extraordinary precision. The other reflects upon beauty, meaning, silence, the feeling inspired by standing among the clouds. Their experiences differ, their goals differ, their methods differ, yet both are exploring the same mountain. This image is not meant to suggest that science and spirituality always arrive at identical conclusions. They do not. Rather, it reminds us that reality can be approached from more than one perspective. Measurement and meaning are not enemies. They answer different kinds of questions. The physicist asks, what mechanisms produced the observable universe? The sage asks, what is the nature of existence itself? The astronomer asks, how old are the galaxies? The philosopher asks, what is time? The neuroscientist asks, how does the brain generate experience? The Upanishads ask, what is the witness behind every experience? These are not competing questions. They illuminate different dimensions of human curiosity. When we recognize this, unnecessary conflict begins to dissolve. Perhaps one of the greatest gifts offered by the Vedic tradition is not any particular cosmological model. It is a habit of mind, the courage to think on scales that stretch beyond ordinary imagination, to contemplate billions of years, countless worlds, infinite consciousness, limitless reality. Whether these images are understood literally, symbolically, or philosophically, they encourage wonder. And wonder has always been the beginning of both science and spirituality. Every telescope begins with curiosity. Every meditation begins with curiosity. Every child looking up at the stars begins with curiosity. Perhaps curiosity itself is humanity's oldest sacred fire. Today, the James Webb Space Telescope continues revealing galaxies from the early history of the observable universe. Every image seems to remind us that creation is even more magnificent than previous generations imagined. Astronomers celebrate these discoveries not because they provide final answers, but because every answer uncovers deeper mysteries. In a surprisingly similar spirit, The Upanishads repeatedly conclude profound discussions by returning to silence, not because there is nothing left to say, but because mystery remains larger than language. The unknown is not a failure of knowledge. It is an invitation to continue exploring. If we have learned anything from our journey together, perhaps it is this: the universe is vast beyond imagination. Whether viewed through the lens of sacred philosophy or modern astronomy, it refuses to fit inside simple explanations. The night sky remains larger than our theories. Consciousness remains deeper than our definitions. Reality continues exceeding our expectations. And maybe that is exactly how it should be. A universe completely understood would eventually cease to inspire awe. The ancient rishis often concluded their teachings not with certainty, but with contemplation. They invited students to observe, to question, to meditate, to experience. Modern science follows a surprisingly similar rhythm. Observe, question, test, refine. Neither tradition reaches its greatest strength through arrogance. Both flourish through humility, through the quiet recognition that every generation inherits only part of the great mystery. Now the first rays of the morning sun begin touching the highest branches of the forest. Birdsong slowly replaces the silence of the stars. The river continues flowing exactly as it did throughout the night. Nothing in nature seems hurried. Everything unfolds according to its own quiet rhythm. And perhaps that is the final lesson our long journey has been gently preparing us to receive. The universe does not demand certainty. It invites wonder. In our final chapter, we will gather together everything we have explored, from the Vedas, the Upanishads, the Puranas, and the Bhagavad Gita to the discoveries of modern cosmology, and leave our listeners not with an argument, but with a sense of peace. For beneath every question, beyond every theory, and beyond every universe we can imagine, the night has always been quietly inviting us to simply look up. Chapter 18. Beneath the Same Sky. The Timeless Conversation. Between the Vedas and the cosmos, the sun has not yet fully risen. Its first golden rays stretch gently across the horizon, touching the tops of ancient trees that have stood quietly through countless generations. The stars have faded from view, yet we know they are still there, waiting beyond the brightness of the morning. Perhaps truth is often like that, not absent, simply hidden by the light through which we happen to be looking. Our journey has nearly reached its end. For many hours, we have wandered together through one of humanity's oldest visions of the universe, not in haste, not seeking quick conclusions, but slowly, quietly, allowing each idea to unfold like the petals of a lotus greeting the dawn. Now, before we part, let us gather these ideas together one final time, not as separate pieces of knowledge, but as one continuous story. Thousands of years ago, long before observatories stood atop mountains, long before satellites circled the Earth, long before anyone imagined telescopes capable of seeing galaxies billions of light years away, the sages of ancient India sat beneath skies that looked very much like the one above us now. They possessed no computers, no particle accelerators, no spacecraft. Yet they asked astonishingly large questions. How old is the universe? Is creation eternal? Are there worlds beyond our own? What lies beyond the visible heavens? Who are we? What is consciousness? What is the source from which everything arises? These questions have never grown old. Each generation inherits them anew. The Vedic tradition answered through poetry, through philosophy, through sacred dialogue, through stories that carried meaning on many levels at once. The universe became an unfolding expression of order. Time stretched across billions of years through the days and nights of Brahma. Creation moved in endless rhythms rather than one single beginning. The 14 Lokas suggested layered realities extending beyond ordinary human perception. The Puranas imagined countless Brahmandas floating within the limitless. The Upanishads turned inward, asking whether the deepest mystery was not the stars, but the awareness looking toward them. Each text added another thread to an immense tapestry of thought. Centuries passed. Civilizations rose. Civilizations disappeared. Then, in the modern age, another great adventure began. Astronomers pointed increasingly powerful instruments toward the heavens. Galileo revealed moons circling Jupiter. Newton described the elegant laws governing motion. Einstein reshaped humanity's understanding of space and time. Edwin Hubble discovered that our galaxy was only one among many. The cosmic microwave background offered a glimpse into the early universe. Space telescopes carried human vision farther than ever before. Every generation expanded the observable cosmos. And with every discovery, the universe became even larger, not smaller. Mystery deepened rather than disappeared. Today, theoretical physicists explore questions that would have seemed almost unimaginable only a century ago. Could space possess hidden dimensions? Might inflation have produced multiple universes? What is dark matter? What is dark energy? Can gravity and quantum mechanics eventually be united within one coherent framework? Many answers remain incomplete. Some theories may eventually be confirmed. Others may be revised or abandoned. That is the strength of science. It continues asking questions without fearing change. Knowledge grows through careful observation and the willingness to follow evidence wherever it leads. As our journey has shown, these scientific explorations are not the same as Vedic cosmology. One should not be mistaken for the other. The Vedas were not scientific textbooks waiting to be decoded through modern physics. Nor does modern cosmology depend upon ancient scriptures for its discoveries. Their foundations are different. Their purposes are different. Their methods are different. Recognizing those differences does not diminish either tradition. In fact, it allows us to appreciate both more honestly. The Vedic sages explored meaning, consciousness, ethics, and existence. Science explores measurable patterns within the physical universe. Each illuminates a different aspect of the great mystery. Yet there remains something quietly beautiful about placing them beside one another. Both traditions encourage intellectual humility. Both remind us that appearances may conceal deeper realities. Both invite us to think beyond the limits of ordinary experience. Both ask us to remain curious. Perhaps this shared spirit of wonder is more important than any attempt to prove that one predicted the other. Wonder has always been the birthplace of discovery, whether one begins with meditation or with mathematics. Imagine once more the great cosmic ocean described in the Puranas. Countless universes drift like luminous pearls across its endless surface. Now imagine the images returned by modern space telescopes. Galaxies stretching farther than human eyes can truly comprehend. Neither image cancels the other. One belongs to sacred imagination, the other to empirical observation. Yet both awaken the same quiet feeling. Awe, the kind of awe that makes us pause. The kind that softens certainty. The kind that reminds us that we inhabit something immeasurably greater than ourselves. Throughout this night, we have spoken of enormous ideas, infinite universes, billions of years, hidden dimensions, the eternal self, the unseen reality called Brahman. Yet perhaps the greatest lesson hidden within all of them is surprisingly simple. The universe is not merely something to be explained. It is something to be experienced, to stand beneath a clear night sky without hurry, to listen to the wind moving through trees, to watch sunlight dance upon flowing water, to notice the quiet rhythm of one's own breath. The sages believed that such moments reveal as much wisdom as countless arguments. The universe is always teaching, if only we become still enough to notice. Perhaps somewhere tonight, another child is lying beneath the stars for the first time. Perhaps they are asking their parents, "How many stars are there? Does the universe ever end? Are we alone?" The answers they receive will certainly differ from those given thousands of years ago. Science has revealed astonishing new knowledge. Yet the feeling behind those questions remains exactly the same. Curiosity. That beautiful spark has survived every civilization. It lives within every generation, and perhaps it always will. The ancient rishis often spoke of knowledge as a journey rather than a destination. Every answer becomes the beginning of another question. Every discovery reveals another horizon. The farther we travel, the larger reality becomes. Modern science has discovered something remarkably similar. Every telescope built to answer one mystery uncovers 10 more. Every solved equation opens another unsolved problem. The unknown keeps expanding before us, far from being discouraging. This may be one of the greatest gifts the universe offers. There will always be more to explore. Now the morning has fully arrived. Birdsong fills the forest. The river reflects the golden light of the rising sun. The embers of last night's fire have become soft white ash. A new day quietly begins. Our long journey through Vedic cosmology has reached its resting place, not with certainty, not with final proof, but with something perhaps even more valuable: perspective. The Vedas remind us to think beyond ourselves. Modern science reminds us to keep questioning. Together, they encourage a life shaped by humility, curiosity, patience, and wonder. Whether one finds inspiration in sacred texts, in observatories, or in both, the invitation is ultimately the same. Never lose the willingness to look upward. Never lose the courage to ask difficult questions. Never lose the quiet joy of discovering that reality is always deeper than it first appears. And perhaps, many thousands of years from now, when new generations gaze toward stars we cannot yet imagine, they too will continue the same timeless conversation, the conversation between humanity and the infinite. As this peaceful morning settles across the earth, may your own journey continue with the same gentle curiosity that guided the ancient sages beneath the night sky. May wonder remain your companion. May wisdom grow with every question. And may the vastness of the universe always remind you that however much we have learned, the greatest mysteries are still waiting among the stars. Rest peacefully, and until our paths meet again beneath another quiet sky. Namaste. Chapter 19. The Legacy of the Rishis. why these ancient teachings still matter today. The morning has fully awakened. Golden sunlight now filters gently through the forest canopy. The river that accompanied us throughout the night sparkles beneath the first rays of the sun, just as it has for thousands of years. Birds greet the new day with effortless songs. The wind carries the fragrance of fresh earth and flowering trees. Nothing in nature seems rushed. Nothing struggles to become what it already is. And perhaps that is the final lesson the ancient sages hoped humanity would one day remember. We live in a remarkable age. Never before has humanity possessed such extraordinary knowledge about the physical universe. Spacecraft travel beyond the planets. Powerful observatories study galaxies formed shortly after the beginning of the observable universe. Artificial intelligence solves problems once thought impossible. Supercomputers simulate the birth of stars. Scientists detect tiny ripples in space-time itself. The achievements of modern civilization are astonishing. And yet, alongside this incredible progress, many people quietly ask a different question. Have we learned how to live with the same wisdom that we have learned to build? The ancient rishis would likely smile gently at such a question, because it is the very question they spent their lives exploring. Knowledge, they believed, should never become separated from wisdom. One may understand the movements of stars, yet remain unable to understand one's own mind. One may measure the age of distant galaxies, yet still struggle with fear, anger, loneliness, or attachment. The Upanishads never discouraged learning about the outer universe. Instead, they reminded us that another universe also deserves exploration. The universe within, the landscape of thought, emotion, awareness, compassion. Silence. The journey inward is every bit as vast as the journey outward. Imagine two explorers. One travels across oceans, discovering new continents. The other never leaves home. Instead, they patiently observe their own mind for decades. They learn how fear appears, how anger fades, how compassion grows, how peace quietly emerges when the mind becomes still. The ancient sages respected both journeys, for they believed that a civilization becomes truly complete only when outer knowledge and inner wisdom grow together. Without knowledge, progress becomes impossible. Without wisdom, progress may lose its direction. Perhaps this explains why the teachings of the Vedas continue to attract readers from every corner of the world. Not because everyone agrees with every philosophical conclusion, but because the questions remain timeless. What is a meaningful life? What truly brings peace? What survives when everything temporary changes? How should we treat one another? Can happiness be found through endless accumulation? Or does it arise from understanding ourselves more deeply? These are not ancient questions. They are human questions. They belong to every generation. The remarkable thing about the rishis is that they never claimed wisdom belonged only to them. Again and again, they invited others to investigate for themselves. The spirit of inquiry runs throughout the Upanishads. Students question teachers. Teachers welcome difficult conversations. Ideas are examined, refined, contemplated. Truth is approached with humility rather than possession. In many ways, this attitude resembles the finest traditions of scientific inquiry. Not because the methods are identical, but because both value sincere questioning over blind certainty. Consider for a moment how the night sky has shaped humanity. Ancient navigators crossed oceans guided by the stars. Farmers planted crops according to the changing seasons. Poets found endless inspiration in the moon. Astronomers measured celestial motions with extraordinary precision. Mystics contemplated infinity beneath the same heavens. The stars have served many purposes, yet perhaps their greatest gift has always been perspective. They quietly remind us how small we are, and simultaneously, how extraordinary it is that beings as small as ourselves can contemplate something so immense. Modern astronomy has deepened that perspective beyond anything our ancestors could have imagined. Our sun is one ordinary star among hundreds of billions within the Milky Way. The Milky Way itself is only one galaxy among hundreds of billions in the observable universe. Even this vast observable cosmos may represent only part of a larger reality that science has yet to fully understand. Each new discovery invites humility, not because humanity is insignificant, but because reality continues exceeding our expectations. The more we learn, the greater the mystery becomes. The Vedic sages would likely recognize this feeling. Again and again, they reminded their students that ultimate reality can never be completely captured by words. The Kena Upanishad beautifully suggests that one who believes they fully know Brahman has probably misunderstood. True wisdom carries humility, not because it lacks confidence, but because it recognizes that infinity can never be exhausted by finite understanding. This may be one of the deepest meeting points between genuine science and genuine spirituality. Both remain willing to admit there is still more to learn. Imagine the oldest banyan tree in a quiet forest. Generation after generation rests beneath its branches. Children play around its roots. Travelers seek shade beneath its leaves. Birds build nests high among its limbs. Storms come, storms pass. The tree continues growing. The wisdom of the Vedas resembles such a tree. Every generation encounters it differently. Some come seeking philosophy, others spirituality, others history, others inspiration. Each receives something different. Yet the roots continue reaching back into an ancient past, nourishing new growth in every age. This is perhaps why the Vedas have remained alive for so long. They are not merely collections of information. They are conversations. Every reader enters the dialogue from a different place. A physicist may notice the vastness of cosmic imagination. A philosopher may ponder consciousness. A historian may study ancient civilization. A seeker may find spiritual guidance. None of these perspectives excludes the others. Like sunlight passing through a crystal, the same text may reveal different colors depending upon the angle from which it is viewed. As our own conversation gently approaches its conclusion, perhaps it is worth remembering something surprisingly simple. The sages never asked people to stop looking at the stars, nor did they ask them to ignore the earth beneath their feet. They encouraged both. Lift your eyes toward infinity. Then return with greater kindness toward those beside you. Contemplate billions of years. Then cherish the present moment. Study the universe. But do not neglect the heart, for knowledge reaches its highest purpose when it inspires compassion. The river before us has now become brilliant beneath the morning sun. Its waters continue, flowing exactly as they did throughout the long night. Never hurried, never delayed, always moving toward the sea. Perhaps human understanding grows in much the same way. Each civilization contributes another stream. Ancient philosophy, modern science, mathematics, art, meditation, astronomy, history. Each flows from a different landscape. Yet all are carried by the same timeless desire to understand reality, to understand ourselves, to understand our place within the infinite. Our journey now stands at its final threshold. One last chapter remains. There, we will leave behind debates, comparisons, and philosophical exploration. Instead, we will simply rest beneath the sky one final time. Not searching for proof, not seeking certainty, only appreciating the extraordinary privilege of being alive in a universe capable of inspiring both science and spirituality. A universe that has whispered the same invitation to every generation. Look upward, wonder deeply, live wisely, and remember, the greatest discoveries often begin with a single quiet moment beneath the stars. Chapter 20. One sky, infinite wonder. A peaceful closing meditation. The journey has brought us here. The forest is awake. Morning light pours gently through the ancient trees, painting the ground in shifting patterns of gold and shadow. The river continues its timeless song. Birds glide effortlessly through the cool air. Far above them, beyond the blue sky now hidden by daylight, the stars remain exactly where they have always been. Though we can no longer see them, they have never left. Perhaps that is the perfect image with which to end our journey. Some truths do not disappear. They simply wait patiently until we are ready to notice them again. For many hours, we have traveled together across one of the grandest visions of existence ever imagined. We began by asking whether the Vedas spoke of countless universes long before modern physics considered the possibility of a multiverse. Along the way, we discovered something perhaps even more remarkable. The sages were never trying to satisfy curiosity alone. They were inviting us into a different way of seeing reality, a way that combines wonder with humility, knowledge with wisdom, observation with contemplation. We stood beside the cosmic ocean. We watched the lotus emerge from the infinite waters. We witnessed Brahma awakening to begin another cycle of creation. We climbed through the 14 Lokas. We journeyed across billions of years contained within a single day of Brahma. We watched universes rise and dissolve like bubbles upon an endless sea. We explored Brahman, the infinite reality beyond every form. We reflected upon Maya, the mysterious veil through which the One appears as many. We listened to the voices of the rishis beneath quiet forest trees. We walked beside Arjuna and Krishna upon the battlefield of the Bhagavad Gita. And together, we paused beside modern cosmology, not to force agreement, but to appreciate how both ancient philosophy and contemporary science continue to inspire awe before the mystery of existence. Each step has gently carried us toward the same destination. Not certainty, wonder. Perhaps that is why these teachings have survived for thousands of years. Civilizations have changed beyond recognition. Kingdoms have vanished. Languages have evolved. The stars have continued their patient journey across the heavens. Yet people still open the Upanishads, still recite the Vedas, still read the Bhagavad Gita, still ask the same timeless questions. Who am I? Where did this universe come from? Is consciousness fundamental? What lies beyond the visible world? What is the purpose of this brief human life? These questions belong to no single religion, no single nation, no single century. They belong to humanity itself. There is something deeply comforting about realizing that we are not the first to wonder. Thousands of years before our own lives began, another child looked toward the stars with quiet curiosity. Another philosopher sat beside a river, asking where thought comes from. Another sage closed their eyes beneath a banyan tree, listening to the silence between breaths. Another astronomer carefully mapped the movements of the planets across the night sky. Another traveler stood beneath the Milky Way, feeling both wonderfully small and mysteriously connected to everything around them. Across the centuries, the faces have changed. The questions have remained. Modern science has given humanity extraordinary gifts. It has shown us the age of stars, the life cycle of galaxies, the expansion of the observable universe, the existence of black holes, the delicate patterns left behind by the early cosmos. Every decade reveals discoveries our ancestors could scarcely have imagined. And yet, remarkably, each discovery seems to deepen mystery rather than eliminate it. The farther we see, the larger reality becomes. The more precisely we measure, the more subtle the unanswered questions appear. Perhaps wisdom does not mean reaching the end of mystery. Perhaps wisdom means becoming comfortable walking beside it. The ancient sages understood this well. Again and again, they spoke of silence. Not because silence lacks meaning, but because some truths become clearer when words gently come to rest. Imagine standing once more beneath a sky filled with stars. There is no need to name every constellation, no need to calculate every distance, no need to solve every mystery before appreciating the beauty above. Sometimes simply looking upward is enough. Sometimes wonder itself is a complete experience. As you rest now, perhaps your breathing has become slower. Perhaps your thoughts have softened. The long journey across cosmic oceans and ancient forests has gradually become quieter. There is nowhere left to travel. Nothing left to prove. Only this peaceful moment, this gentle breath, this quiet awareness. The same awareness the Upanishads invited us to notice. The silent witness behind every thought. The stillness that remains while clouds drift across the sky of the mind. Imagine, just for a moment, that you are once again lying beneath a perfectly clear night sky. There are no cities nearby, no lights to dim the stars. The Milky Way stretches from one horizon to the other, like a river of silver flowing across the heavens. You do not know exactly how many galaxies exist. No one does. You do not know whether countless universes lie beyond the observable cosmos. No one knows with certainty. You do not know every mystery of consciousness, nor every secret hidden within space and time. And somehow, that is perfectly all right. The universe has never required complete understanding before allowing us to admire its beauty. Perhaps this is the quiet wisdom hidden within both the Vedas and science. Reality is not diminished by mystery. It is enriched by it. Questions are not signs of failure. They are invitations. Every generation receives the same invitation: to observe carefully, to think honestly, to remain humble, to care deeply, to wonder endlessly, whether one chooses the language of physics, or philosophy, of mathematics, or meditation. The journey begins in exactly the same place. A human being looks upward and asks, "What is all this?" As the morning sun climbs higher into the sky, the stars patiently wait beyond the daylight, unseen but unchanged. So too, the teachings of the ancient sages continue waiting for every new generation, not demanding belief, not competing with discovery, simply offering another way to contemplate existence, one rooted in patience, reflection, compassion, and reverence for the mystery that surrounds us. Our journey now gently comes to rest. If these stories have inspired you to look at the night sky with fresh eyes, then they have already served their purpose. If they have encouraged you to read the Upanishads, the Bhagavad Gita, or the Vedas with curiosity rather than assumption, then the conversation continues. If they have reminded you that modern science and ancient philosophy can both awaken humility and wonder, while remaining distinct in their methods and aims, then perhaps we have honored both traditions faithfully. Before we part, let us leave the ancient forest one final time. The river continues flowing toward the ocean. The banyan tree continues reaching toward the sky. The wind moves gently through its leaves exactly as it did thousands of years ago. Somewhere tonight, another child will look upward for the very first time and ask, "How big is the universe?" Perhaps one day they will become an astronomer, perhaps a philosopher, perhaps a seeker, perhaps simply someone who never loses the joy of asking questions. Whatever path they choose, the stars will welcome them, just as they welcomed the rishis, just as they welcomed the scientists, just as they welcomed us. Thank you for sharing this quiet journey through the cosmos. May your nights always be filled with peaceful rest. May your days be guided by curiosity. May your mind remain open enough to explore, wise enough to question, and humble enough to stand beneath the infinite with gratitude. The universe is vast beyond imagination. The mystery is still unfolding. And somewhere, beyond every answer we have discovered, another horizon is already waiting. Sleep peacefully. And until another journey calls us beneath the ancient stars. Om Shanti. Shanti. Shanti.